751 900, peste care 8 nostru intrăm.
Uite-mă 8 de acolo.
Păi da. Păi da, are 752. Și asta are 751 900. De 8 nostru 750 200.
La baterie. Iată, ăla are baterie.
Are baterii. Și acum nu mai intră cu nimic? Nu mai intră cu nimic, nu? Nu are cum să mai intre, că-ți dă parte. 754. Dar de ce nu-i se aude asta? Că nu prea sunt mut.
Total.
Da, mă. Ok.
Păi și ne auzim noi atunci?
A, bine că n-am început cu dale. Aha, ok. Doi. Hai să vedem dacă se duce direct auxiliarul. Se duce sigur. Auziți în cabină? E ok, da? 5, 6, 7. Mai tare doriți?
هذا الشيء Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of His Highness Sheikh Mansour, welcome to the World Arabian Horse Racing Forum. We are live here in Romania, and it's going to be an incredible few days. That was just a rehearsal. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. On behalf of His Highness Sheikh Mansour, welcome to the World Arabian Horse Racing Conference. We are live in Romania, we're live in Bucharest, and we're at the Athena Palace Hilton Hotel. And just look who's here. We've got delegates from literally all over the world, nearly 300 delegates who've flown in for the next 3 days. We've got some incredible seminars. It's all about owners, trainers, jockeys, breeders, officials. They're all here from the world of Arabian racing. And whether you're in it or not in it, stay with us because it's going to be a really good 3 days. And on Friday night, we have the gala dinner. And on Saturday, we're live at the races. We're all live on Yes TV, Abu Dhabi TV, going live around the world. And I'd like, please, to welcome His Excellency, the Ambassador to Romania. Please give a big forum welcome to His Excellency Dr. Ahmed Al-Tabuchi.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أسعد الله صباحكم جميعا أيها الأخوة والأخوات. سعادة فيوريل دابيجا رئيس اتحاد سباقات الخيول في رومانيا، السيدة لارا صوايا المدير التنفيذي لمهرجان سمو الشيخ منصور بن زايد الهيان العالمي للخيول العربية، سعادة السفير الأخ محمد السويدي، أصحاب السعادة السفراء، السيدات والسادة، يطيب لي أن أرحب بكم جميعا
You speak English, speak. Okay. It's okay, speak.
On this occasion, I would like to thank His Highness President of the UAE, Sheikh Khalifa bin Zayed, and His Highness Mohammed bin Rashid, Vice President, and His Highness Mohammed bin Zayed, Crown Prince of Abu Dhabi and Supreme Commander of the UAE Armed Forces, and His Highness Mansour bin Zayed Al Nahyan, and the mother of the Emirates, Her Highness Sheikha Fatima bint Mubarak, the President of the Family Development and President of the High Council of Motherhood and Childhood, for their support to the Arabic horses in the whole world. And I thank all the responsibles on the Federation of Romanian Equestrian Romanian Association in participating in the organization and the success of this conference in Bucharest. I am very proud to organize this 10th session of the World Arabian Horse Racing Forum for the Arabic Horses 2019. The relations between UAE and Romania are developing in the last years in different sectors, and also sport sector, and those relations are really dynamic. And after all the success that you have seen, the cultural week in Romania from 22nd to the 26th of January, we are here today organizing a new event in Romania in sports. And this just shows the good relations in between the two countries, and reflects also clearly the desire of Romania to welcome the different events, world big events, and among them the Arabic horses races. So this version of the forum is really important in the year of tolerance. The UAE and the Emirates are celebrating this year, which is helping to strengthen the activities between UAE and Romania. At the end, I wish you all the success during this World Forum of Arabic Horses, and follow all this, the festival of His Highness Sheikh Mansour bin Zayed Al Nahyan for the Arabic Forces. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
It was lovely. That was a
شكرا جزيلا. هو سفيرنا هنا متواجد معنا ونشكره جزيل الشكر. والآن عندما كانت في مدريد ذكرنا وقالت أننا نذهب إلى رومانيا، والناس ربما يقولون ليس من المكان الجميل والكبير بالنسبة للسباقات، ولكني أنا سعيد بأن أستقبل هذا الرجل الرئيس اتحاد الفروسية هنا، ونشيط جدا، يتحول إلى ساعة الرياضة الساعة 6 صباحا ويعمل 4 ساعات. مستر السيد جيبا، أتمنى أنني ذكرت الاسم. شكرا جزيلا. صباح الخير. شكرا جزيلا لكل واحد منكم متواجد معنا اليوم. نحن هنا سعداء جدا باستقبالكم، وأيضا كذلك نحن فخورون بتنظيم هذا السباق المهم جدا يوم 6 يوليو. هذا سباق صاحب السمو الشيخ منصور بن زايد آل نهيان. شكرا جزيلا على قدومكم. نحب هذه الكلمات بهذه الطريقة وقصيرة. أعتقد أنه كان يمارس الرجبي. استقبل أمان الذي كان يعمل معنا طوال الوقت، وتعرف نستقبل فيصل الرحماني.
In behalf of International Federation for Arabian Horse Authority and all the executive member of IFAR, I would like to thanks United Arab Emirates and especially Sheikh Mansour bin Zayed, Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Presidential Affairs, for all the efforts that he put into racing and support all the races around the world. And I welcome you here with our team and with the Festival of Sheikh Mansour. Welcome you here in Romania. Please enjoy and learn from the forum 3 days where we have the elite of Arabian federations and trainer owner. Thank you.
Thanks, Faisal. Well done. Enjoy. And by the way, later on we'll be throwing the questions. I know this guy asks lots and lots of questions, and I want you to ask questions today. I don't want you to go home on Sunday morning and say, I wish I'd asked that. Our next guest, please welcome. This is one of our top supporters. He is from Abu Dhabi Culture and Tourism. Please welcome Mubarak Al-Nuaimi. Now, he is in the gym every morning at 5:30.
Everybody, on behalf of the Department of Culture and Tourism Abu Dhabi, I would like to thank His Highness Sheikh Mansour bin Zayed, to give us the chance to be part of this big event. And I would like also to thank Romania to have us here today. And thank you, everybody. And thanks, Alara, for the good arrangement. Thanks all.
Yeah,
Bye.
absolutely. Well said. Yeah, Lara has worked so hard. Lara Sawaya has worked so hard to get everybody together. Over 300 delegates from all around the world. But where would we be without our sponsors? And National Food and Flour are our super sponsors who've been with us basically from day one. And I'm very pleased to welcome Khalid Al-Nuaimi, who is here today, and to welcome on behalf of our sponsors. Big round of applause and thank you. And she nearly left her telephone in the taxi this morning. Luckily, the taxi driver brought it out and handed it to you. Thank goodness.
Thank you, Tom. أصحاب السعادة والمعالي السيدات.
Good morning, everybody. Peace be upon you. I'm very pleased to welcome you here in the 10th edition of the World Forum of the Arabian Horses. Among the festival, His Highness Sheikh Mansour bin Zayed, and we are all proud as UAE citizens to be here for the first time in Romania and Bucharest. And on behalf of the company I work with, it is all made in the UAE for all the horses' food, and we are proud to be for the 4th year in a row together to work for this international forum and for those people who understand everything about the Arabic horses. as the festival of His Highness Mansour bin Zayed just left a fingerprint in all the world racing fields, helping and continuing what have done His Highness, and also the support of Her Highness Sheikha Fatima to support the ladies in this field, and they are now sports women in the world, and are proud that today the UAE woman is an example of a sports woman in the world. I just want to thank His Highness Sheikh Mansour bin Zayed Al Nahyan for his continuous support for the Arabian horses in the world, and the support also of Her Highness Sheikha Fatima bint Mubarak for the ladies in this sport, and Lara Sawai for her organization, and to wish you all the success to everybody here. Thank you very much.
That would have been good. I love it. By the way, not only do we have our ambassador here from Romania, I'd like you just to give a big round of applause to one of our ambassadors who supports us wherever we are around the world, and he's come today. He is His Excellency the Ambassador from Oman. Sir, would you please stand and give him a big round of applause. He's a great supporter of ours. Well, where would we be without horsepower on 4 legs and 4 wheels? Which brings us to our next sponsor. And please welcome him on stage, Mr. Mohammed Abdallah from Al Mansouri Automobiles. Big round of applause for the big fella.
أصحاب المعالي والسعادة الحضور الكريم.
Peace be upon you all for this 10th edition of the World Arabian Horse Racing Forum on behalf of His Highness Sheikh Mansour. It is one of the great initiatives of His Highness to support the Arabic horses. And in Masoud Automobile, we are proud to be part of this event for the second year in a row. And lately we have supported many sports in Abu Dhabi, UAE, and the Special Olympics 2019, also the greatest humanitarian sports event for the people of special needs. And we have offered and provided all the support in transportation for those great sports events. I would like to thank His Highness Mansour bin Zayed, who is supporting the Arabic horses, and Her Highness Fatima bint Mubarak supporting the women everywhere. And also Lara Suaya, the CEO of this festival, and as Al Masoud Automobile, we will continue supporting those events, sports events.
And being part of the sponsoring team. Where would we be without Abu Dhabi TV? Yes, Sports TV. We watch it all around the world. Please welcome live on stage the man who helped found it with Sheikh Mansour and the royal family. He is the president of the TV channels in Abu Dhabi and the UAE. He is Yaqub Al Sadi. Where are you, big fella? In a lovely red tie and matching handkerchief. Yaqub, it's all yours, big fella.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
Your Highness, ladies and gentlemen, all the participants in the World Arabian Horse Racing Forum, I'm very pleased at the beginning to express my honored to be here in Bucharest, capital of Romania, to participate in this World Forum, this event that gathers us, and it is a great value from the UAE, and it's to be interested in the Arabian horse and communicate with the world with all the tolerance and all the love through one of the most noble activities, horse racing and horses. This event that gathers all participants and responsibles from all the continents of the world is just an example to gathering the civilizations, and UAE is working in making this tolerance all around the world, all between all the countries, and I am sure that we will, with our different activities here in the 3 days and the common meetings we are having, will be really great for enhancing the presence of the Arabian horses in all races and for all the federations in the world. And it is also some movement of culture and ideas and new ideas. But what is important here is just, I would like to say that this forum and the other activities of His Highness Mansour bin Zayed Festival is reflecting one image of the UAE that is pioneer in different sectors and different fields, like in all sports also, and for the Arabian horses racing. The UAE has great respect and support to those breeders, to the jockeys, to the Arabian horse, and it is one of the most important sports there in the UAE. It is a part of our tradition and culture, and all the arts, and we are continuing to work on it, and especially His Highness Sheikh Mansour bin Zayed, who is responsible and talking about the Arabian horses. So it is now we arrive to this word interest to this great value of the Arabian horse. In Abu Dhabi Sports Channels and Yas channel, we are very proud to be part of the festival of His Highness Mansour bin Zayed, and we are really proud and honored to transfer and to show it to all the world and all our viewers on our channels, just to deliver this message to the whole world. In the UAE, we are used to work hardly to reach our dreams and put it, make it coming through and true. And now we have all the history you can see us, and we are proud to welcome all our guests that who are believing on the message of love and tolerance and meeting as human beings. Thank you very much for the festival of His Highness Mansour and all the responsibles, and especially the President and the CEO of the festival, Lara Sawaya. President of the International Academies of Horse Racing, who is making great efforts to make it successful. I would like also to enhance on the initiatives of the federations, and let me also thank His Highness Mansour bin Zayed, Deputy Prime Minister, and always helping and supporting the development of all the different sectors. Wish you all the best and the success in your meetings. about the Arabian horses. And thank you for your work. Success in all what you are doing. Thank you very much.
Khalid, you should have been on television. I love it. Ah, Daddy has arrived. The man who walks 20 miles.
هذا الشخص رحبوا به ويأتي من اليابان من لبنان، والدعم الذي نحظى به من أبو ظبي والإمارات العربية المتحدة شيء رائع جدا. وأريد أن أقول أنه من هيئة الشباب والرياضة، لذلك السيد عبد الله عزيز الحسن نستقبله هنا معنا ونشكره. I'm very pleased to transfer to you the salutes of Muhammad Khalfan al-Riyadi, and welcome you here. Thank you, Sheikh Mansour bin Zayed al-Nahyan, for his great support for the Arabian horses. I would like to thank Her Highness Sheikha Fatma bint Mbarak, President of the Women's Union, for her role in supporting the Arabic horses racing for ladies all around the world. And thank you for the work you are doing and the organization from Lara Sawaya. We are pleased also to be partners of those successes during 11 years. We wish you all the success and would like to see you in the UAE. Thank you.
Superb. And our next guest, and I'm very pleased to say, he's going to be on the panel as well. He's one of the top owner breeders in the world. He comes from Dubai, the Al Nabuda family, very famous family in Dubai. And I'm pleased to say this year he won the Kahila Classic. He was also crowned champion Arabian owner and breeder as well. Please welcome Mr. Khalid Al Nabuda.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أشكر في البداية.
First, I thank His Highness Mansour bin Zayed Al Nahyan and Her Highness Fatima bint Mubarak for their support to the Arabian horses and the whole world. Our stable Al-Awir is specialized in breeding the Arabian horses, and we are giving the proof that our product in the world really is really famous, and we are honored to work with Sheikh Mansour Festival. Thank you.
And we'll see you in a few minutes' time. Well, that's basically it from people who would like to welcome us here. But there's a guy that we all know who runs the National Archives in Abu Dhabi, in the United Arab Emirates, and he's one of the most impressive guys I know. His speeches are very inspiring. And the Year of the Tolerance. Please welcome Dr. Abdallah Al-Raisi, Director General of the UAE National Archive.
No,
Oh, you've already got one?
I'm
Leave you to it.
I'm wired, but not weird. Okay, bring the slides, please. Your Excellency, Ahmed Al-Matroushi, our ambassador to Romania, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure and honor as always to be with you. But this time I'm talking about a different subject. Lara asked me to talk about the Year of Tolerance, which we are celebrating as one of the many initiatives in UAE. So I will be talking about the tolerance concept in the United Arab Emirates. Why we as UAE citizens, which we comprise less than 20%, living together with other 200 nationalities in peace and prosperity and tolerating each other. So I will give you now in this 15 minutes tour why we reached to that point. So I think there is a video after this. Let's see. After this video, do you want me to talk? I think I gave you enough. Well, this is one of my favorite quotes when it comes to tolerance from our late president and the founder of the United Arab Emirates, Sheikh Zayed bin Sultan Al Nahyan. This is quoted in one of the rare books that I was reading lately, and I thought I will share this quote with you. He said once to one of his close friends, Claude Morris, he said, "Let us break walls and pass between them. Allah created human beings to live with one another, no matter what their position, no matter what their creed or race, to be together, to trust each other as human beings, to behave as equals." Wonderful. If we just follow one bit of it, we will be okay. This year, 2000, as you know, United Arab Emirates every year has an initiative. Last year was about Zayed celebrating his the centennial of the birth of founder of the nation. So this year, the year of tolerance for 2019, it reflects the approach of the UAE adopted since its establishment You know, the approach of tolerance. From childhood, we were brought up to tolerate each other and tolerate others. I remember when I was in my childhood, all my neighbors were Indians. So I picked up the language, their culture. I picked up their lovely food. So the whole of my life was exposing to Indians, to Pakistanis. By the way, they are the majority, the two nationalities. They comprise 2 million people in UAE. Yes. Yes. And we all speak, of course, not Hindi, we speak Urdu. So this is a gift from God that you live with other nationalities, more than 200 nationalities. It's not America's only melting pot, it's also UAE's a melting pot. So we are melting pot, and let's see how we are celebrating the Year of Tolerance this year. So what is tolerance? Tolerance is an embodiment of the values of the UAE people. A national survey identified the 4 aspects of tolerance which were known as a common cultural language of tolerance in the United Arab Emirates. The values of tolerance, there are 4: peace, humanity, coexistence, and respect. So we respect others, coexisting with other different nationalities, humanity, we care for others, and peace. We are a peaceful nation. And the general themes of tolerance in society, it aims to promote the values of tolerance in the family and society. It starts from the family and then spread to the society. If you want to change things, you change from inside, not from outside to bring inside. So it comes from inside. So that's the way you create an education cycle, you create awareness. In education, then it goes to the education, to the schools, universities. So these are the ways that you promote anything, any initiative. I think the horse racing also started at schools now in UAE. In employment, in a workplace, you will see in my organization we have more than 50 different nationalities. But we are all working in a harmony, in a peace, in a peaceful environment. And we care for each other. We share our feelings. So this is about tolerance. We tolerate each other. Email. Cultural tolerance. What we are doing these days in UAE, we are promoting culture. Not only in UAE, but also a week ago or two. It was a UAE Cultural Week with Romania here. By the way, my daughter-in-law was here, Lubna al-Gargawi was here. And she spoke highly about Romania and about the opportunities to collaborate with Romanians here in terms of culture. You see everything is old. It's talking. It's a moving museums everywhere. It's a rich culture, so we have to explore. Not only to be locked in this room and not going anywhere, but also to have a chance to go out and see the Romanian culture. Tolerance in the thought of Sheikh Zayed. So what was his thought for tolerance? Sheikh Zayed, tolerance based on several axes. One is satisfaction of the past. You should know about your past. You should know about your ancestors, how they lived, how they worked, so you can also copy this when you deal with others. Rejection of division, underdevelopment and deprivation. You don't think that from which family you are. You are not thinking from what is the status of your family in the society. We are all equal, no matter. Integration with the others. So you have to be taught how to integrate yourself with others. There are 200 different nationalities. You can't ask them to leave and you stay alone in your country, but you have to be able to coexist with others in a peaceful, in harmony, all aspects of peaceful living. serving people. You should also come forward and ask people what they need. Not only to be selfish for yourself and say, my need is my need, and then I don't care for others. Khalid cares for everybody. Modesty. The greatest advice to my children, what Sheikh Zayed said, stay away from arrogance. My belief is that the great and strong person would not be diminished nor weakened by being humble and respectful to people more than they respect him. So you have to be humble. Love people. Teach your children what Zayed liked and what he did not like. You have to teach them. And UAE tolerance initiatives, so there were so many initiatives announced, some already executed. We have the first Minister of Tolerance in the country, and the Ministry of Tolerance is doing a lot with many initiatives. I will show you some of the photos later on. Anti-discrimination and hate law, which is also approved in UAE. Child rights law, it's called Wadima. There was a story behind it, that this child was abused, and this child called Wadima, and now we have the child rights law, and it's very tough on the families who abuse their children. Zayed Fund for Peaceful Coexistence, Gender Balance Council, the document of conduct and ethics of the Emirati citizen, opening of many places of worship for different denominations and religions. We have churches, we have temples, whatever. You know, you can practice whatever religion you have in UAE. Hosting the conference of human fraternity, you know, we see, I have some of the photos that the Pope Francisco visited UAE. And the next door, which was in Zayed Sports City, in the stadium, he had a mass there. And around that stadium, people were there. And I was seeing them clearly from my office. There were 150,000 Christians and Muslims were at the same time listening to Pope at that time. You were there, Lara was there. Well, lucky, you got the invitation. And we hosted Special Olympics, World Games in Abu Dhabi early 2019. It was very successful. I think 20,000 handicap, they attended the games. It was a very successful one. International efforts to promote tolerance and highlight the role of the UAE as a tolerant state. World Tolerance Summit. Participation in international events, conferences, and meetings on tolerance, combating racism, extremism, and discrimination. These are the three things that we are seeing every day in every news. All about what's happening in the world about racism, extremism, and discrimination. Launch of the World Charter of Tolerance, Coexistence, and Peace. Launch regional and international initiatives to promote tolerance in collaboration with global partners. So these are the international efforts. This is the document on human fraternity, which UAE invited the Sheikh of Al-Azhar and Pope Francis to UAE. It was a very big event, and it was an international event. By the way, this document, I received the original in the National Archives. I have it in my office. And you should know that Pope's signature is very, like, I think font 1. Really, I could barely see the signature. So that's the way he signs. What was the document about? So it's talking about, said, we who believe in God and the final meeting with him and his judgment on the basis of our religious and moral responsibility, and through this document, call upon ourselves, upon the leaders of the world as well as the architects of international policy and world economy, to work strenuously to spread the culture of tolerance and of living together in peace, to intervene at the earliest opportunity to stop the shedding of innocent blood and bring an end to wars, conflicts, environmental decay, and the moral and cultural decline that the world is presenting. is presently experiencing. So many wars around us, especially in the Middle East. And these days, the tension is hiking and hiking. Why? Because the reason is very simple. Because we don't tolerate each other. Some is faked based on religion, which is mostly now, it's the easiest way to cut through any society is through the religion. But in fact, it's not about the religion. No religion in the world promotes hatred. No religion in the world promotes wars. All religion in the world, they are the same. They all promote peace and prosperity. So, through the tolerance, if we tolerate each other, we will have a better world. This is the document of human fraternity. All the 11 aspects of it is summarized in this document. This is UAE Mixed History and Interreligious Dialogue. This is first time Al-Azhar Sheikh, which is the top of the Muslim leaders, meet with the top of Christian leader in one place and sign that document. This is the historic document. The fruits of tolerance in the UAE. So what we gained by being tolerant? Security, prosperity, and peaceful coexistence. Why we have security? Why our country is very safe? Because we don't have any issue with anybody. Because we live peacefully with each other. The happiest people of the world. She's smiling. We should all be smiling like her. Global passport ranking #1. We can travel to more than 100 countries in the world without visa, thanks to the diplomacy of Ministry of Foreign Affairs, led by our Sheikh Abdullah bin Zayed. Hosting of Expo 2020. What is Expo 2020? Expo is a place for all people of all people of the world to come in under one roof and to discuss many issues. Global model and reference for tolerance, development, advancement, and prosperity, economic boom, which we are seeing in UAE. Even in the worst cases, when there was financial crisis in 2008, UAE still was doing good. Intimacy and love among the members of the one society, realization of the national agenda, consolidation of the federation, and strengthening its foundation. 7 Emirates came together in 1972, December 2nd, and every day we are getting stronger. Every year we are getting stronger. Since 1972, we are, 1971. 72, Ras Al Khaimah joined us, the 7th Emirate. 71. 72, 2 months after 71, we were 6. And Sheikh Zayed said, don't worry, the 7th is not coming. Let him believe in the federation, and then he will come. Don't force anybody to join you if he is not accepting the idea first. Let them accept it, approve it, and then come. Let them study, let them take their time. What he said, it happened. After 2 months, on the 10th of February 1972, the 7th Emirates joined. And these 7 Emirates, seeing the fruit of that day, is the peace, prosperity. The best thing is prosperity, that everything is shared between all Emirates. You know, it's no difference between Abu Dhabi as a capital or Dubai as a commercial capital. All the same. And whoever has more will give to the lesser people, less opportunity. So this is something that, you know, when you care for others, others will respect you also. So I will leave you with these photographs from the past. This started with Sheikh Zayed's brother, Sheikh Shakhboud, who was the ruler of Abu Dhabi from 1928 to 1966. And here is Sheikh Zayed, he was in the church and receiving the Vatican convoy 1984. And he, with his people, with his grandchildren, he's starting this Catholic priest. It's a church in Abu Dhabi, 1965. This is Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed, the Crown Prince, with the Prime Minister of India, that is in Egypt. Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid with handicapped people. You see, these are the leaders. They're with their people. They're not sitting in their palaces and caring for themselves and to increase their, their bank account. They are giving away. Huh? This is our leaders. Thank you very much.
Dr. Al-Raisi, outstanding. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause. Inspirational and wonderful, and a bit of history at the same time. I would like our guests on our first panel to take their seats while the rest of us go and have a cup of coffee, 10-minute relaxation, get some water, and we'll be restarting in 10 minutes from now. Stay with us.
لا أنت مش
مالي حظ.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We're live in the heart of Bucharest, in the capital of Romania, and we're about to start our first seminar. And this is a very important seminar. It's all about the breeding of purebred Arabians. How can we make them faster? How can we make them stronger? How can we make them better? Well, just look at the lineup that we've got, and I'll just introduce you just so you know. Sitting on my left, the first one is the champion owner breeder from the UAE. It's Khalid Al Nabouda. Alongside him, we have Hassan Moussal from France. He is the champion breeder from France. From the United States of America, we have Susan Meyer. Then from Italy, Giovanna Picconi. Then from Scotland, Dr. Andrew Dalglish. From France, Emmanuel Sesak. From Poland, Thomas Chanudak. And from the United Kingdom, Mark Weeks. So it's a star-studded lineup. And we're going to start with the man who's had an incredible few years, Khalid Al Nabouda. I've known him and his family for the best part of 30 years. And once again, you're the champion owner and breeder of purebred Arabians in the United Arab Emirates. You had this year the winner of the Kahira Classic. So the question I'm going to put to you and to everyone, and for everyone here and watching live around the world on Abu Dhabi and Yas Sports TV, is how do we breed faster, stronger, and better purebred Arabian horses? Khalid Al Nabouda.
Yes, of course, Derek. To breed a good horse, you need to have very good brood mare as a foundation for your stud, where has good conformation, has good pedigree, racing pedigree, and it will be more good if she is race winner. And from there you can choose the right stallion. But the most important, more than this, the way how you will raise that race horse, where you need to take care of the feeding, the program, how to raise him up, how to exercise him, everything from A to Z, even the food, even the water, even the right groom, and of course from place to place there is a change. As you know, in the United Arab Emirates, everything is challenged there. It's very hot, but even with that, we managed to produce race horse. So it's not easy, but it needs a lot of attention.
I can appreciate that. Moving on to the gentleman from France, who is one of the top breeders in the world. And Hassan, how do you make them, breed them faster, better than anyone else?
Bonjour, d'abord, je remercie.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to thank Lara and the entire team working alongside her to organize this extraordinary event. I am certain many young breeders might say the same, might provide the same answer to this question. How do you make a horse better? How you breed a horse to be better, faster? Well, I think we should ask Khalid Al Nabouda what he did, and we should follow his indications. I am originally from Syria, and when I arrived in France, I found out more about the methods used there. And aside from these methods that are used, you have to rely on your intuition a lot with horses. You know that genetics is only 20 to 30% of the factors making a horse better. What you feed the horse is important. Also, choosing the mare is important. And also, patience is very important. This is something that requires a great deal of patience. When you choose the stallion and the mare, you have to wait for 4 years to make sure, to know if it worked or if it didn't, if you did the right thing or not. To be honest with you, I mean, I don't want to appear modest, but I don't know of a method that is straightforward. You know, it's not 1 + 1 = 2. A horse is a living being, and there are a lot of factors influencing the horse and its breeding. When you see the mare and the foal, if the mare is dominant, also the foal would be dominant as well. And in horse racing, if you see a horse attacking the others, you will realize that this horse has a winner spirit. As my speaker said, Khalid Al-Nabuda, there are several factors, but also luck plays an important role.
How long have you been breeding Arabians?
Well, I've been breeding Arabians for 50 years. I started when I was like -8, of course. But I'm relatively new to breeding race lines, race-bred Arabians. We got into it about 15 years ago and then started our own breeding program about 12 years ago. So I had a lot of experience. We bred for the show ring, but we definitely bred athletes. We did not necessarily breed for the halter show ring. So I had in my mind the characteristics that I felt would be important for racing, and I used the same philosophy that I used as our breeding program for the show horses. I agree with Dr. Nabuda that your mares are your foundation, extremely important. You're much more married to your mares than you are the stallions, because when you choose your mares, those are what you work with year in and year out. With all of the options that we have for stallions, you can change those stallions every year. If that's or until you find that right nick. But your mares, to me, are what is important for a breeder. Producers and breeders also are two different things for me. A breeder is someone with a very long-term goal. They know what they want to set in phenotype, and of course they use genotype to do that. And so they look generations down the road. You know, what consistently produces what they want to foster in their breeding program. Producers have a more short-term outlook, and they are looking for that next big star. You know, everybody wants the next big star, but often those come from outcrosses. So those sometimes aren't the foundation of your breeding program. They're just great individuals that that we enjoy seeing. So I have also certain faults that I steer away from. That's my personal preference. Others I can live with. My husband is an equine veterinarian. I was our hospital manager for our equine practice for 31 years. I got to see a lot of the different problems that athletic horses have. I got to see what was, you know, life-altering for them, what wasn't manageable, what was manageable. So that's always informed my decision as to what I can tolerate. But we were lucky in that the first foal that we bred happened to be a Darley champion.
Wow.
So, and you know what? There's a lot of luck in breeding too. You can plan and plan and plan, and Mother Nature can fool you, and injuries obviously can influence how successful you are. Again, it's a long-term thing to be a breeder. And as you said, patience is critical.
Let's move on, because the lady sitting on your left is from Italy. She is the champion breeder. We love going to Italy. Giovanna, what would you like to say in Italian?
Paola.
Please feel free to talk.
Non capisco l'inglese, quindi dovrei parlare.
Oui, in Italian.
Va bene.
Please speak in Italian.
Sì, è la domanda. Va bene. D'accordo. Va bene, io sono un'allevatrice sarda, provengo dall'Italia e il mio allevamento allora penso che le basi per un buon allevamento siano le fattrici, quindi bisogna trovare delle fattrici con un buon pedigree, che è molto, spesso è molto difficile trovarle perché chi ha una buona fattrice non la vende, se la tiene cara. Oltre alla buona fattrice, cioè quando c'è una buona fattrice riusciamo anche a fare dei buoni accoppiamenti con degli stalloni di un certo pregio. Noi spesso importiamo del seme congelato. Sì. Spesso facciamo arrivare del seme congelato dall'estero, ma nel momento in cui ci sono semi che non sono stati congelati in modo adeguato, facciamo anche degli accoppiamenti con dei nostri stalloni. Io vorrei valorizzare gli stalloni italiani, far conoscere il patrimonio del puro sangue arabo italiano a livelli internazionali. Certo che iniziare un allevamento, oltre a delle buone fattrici, bisogna dedicare tempo e investimenti e ci vuole molta pazienza perché l'allevamento ha bisogno di tanti anni prima di poter dimostrare quello che vale.
السيدة هي مربية من إيطاليا من جزيرة سردينيا، وذكرت أن ثم تقاليد قديمة في تربية الخيول العربية الأصيلة. Je ne peux traduire en anglais, pas facile. Ah ok, alors c'est bon. Ah, l'anglais peut-être معالي سفير.
Mattia è italiano.
Arabic translation is okay. Please translate in English what she said.
Marisa.
No, she spoke already.
Okay.
Okay, what she said is that she's one of the main breeder down in south of Italy from Sardinia. For her, what is important is to have a proper, strong horse and to do the breeding. But at the same time, it takes lots of energy, lots of time, and lots of dedication. She would love to develop what she does in Sardinia worldwide because she feels that they've got very good potential to develop abroad and worldwide. So she would love people to understand the value and the potential that they've got to offer. She tries to, in her business, she tries to breed horses between them, the one that she's got available, but she's always very open and willing to get the semen from other horses if she feels that they can give good results. Um, I think. Would you like to say something else? Sorry. Vuoi dire qualcos'altro?
It's okay.
Do you want to ask some questions?
That was very good. We
Yeah.
will later.
Yeah.
You're a star. Thank you. What's your name? That was very good, Marietta. Très bon. Very good. Now, by the way, we love coming to Sardinia. We came last year, and it was marvelous. They have the race course, they have the Sardinian Derby, and of course, Andrea Zini comes from Sardinia, and Frankie Dettori has a house in Sardinia, so it's great to have you here. A few years ago, we were in Warsaw. The Polish Jockey Club president is with us, and I met him a few years ago. And Arabian racing in Poland is getting bigger all the time. Thomas, what are your thoughts about what you've heard so far?
Yeah, it's true. The Arabic horses in my country become more and more popular. Actually, now is 70% of our races is Arabic horses race. And the breeding is also going well. We have over 4,000 Arabic horses in Poland, 1,500 mares, so is going well. The question is about the breeding. General question, if the Arabic horses breedings go to good direction or wrong direction, means if it is correct what we are doing using the newest technology versus true breds, and answer to this question is not easy, because from one side, of course, is the benefit that it's more easy and cheaper to have access to good genetic materials, but from another side, it becomes sometimes a little bit uncontrolled breedings, and sooner or later, probably we will have issue how to control in the level of stud books breedings, because going without control can destroy the market as well, and this is concern what I have from the level of regulator and stud books.
It's lovely. I didn't realize you had 4,000 Arabian horses.
Yeah.
And that is tremendous in Poland. Well done. And I love coming to your country. It's very, very good, and good to have you here. Let's move on, because the guy sitting on your left is Emmanuel Kazak from France, the champion breeder. Sir, how do you breed faster, better, stronger Arabians? Tell us the secret.
Alors, tout d'abord, bonjour à tous. Merci d'être là. Merci à Lara de m'avoir invité.
First of all, thank you very much. Many thanks to Lara for having invited me, and many thanks to Your Highness. And congratulations to the organizers of this event. Unfortunately, my colleague, Guillaume Fey, cannot participate in this event for health reasons. I will have to disappoint you. I am not a horse breeder. I'm a specialist in genetics. But I do not breed the horses. I do not have my own horses. However, I like to take over the ideas of the excellent horse breeders. And I will have to say that the genome represents 30% of an adult horse. The middle part represents 70%. The environment represents 70% of the adult horse. The feeding of the mare and of the foal are extremely important, and also the training. And then we have the phenotype. What this is about what the horse is capable of. We never have 100% certainty, but what is important is to select a mare, a very performant mare. You have to also take into account her character, because just like the previous speaker said, you need a certain character, and that's and you can see that in the herd. A specificity of the Arab horses is the robustness of the tissue, of the equine tissue. Very often we have our horses run for 20 times before picking one. We are also interested in the longevity of the race horse. And I might take this discussion in a different direction as compared to the other speakers, but I think we should also take into account the physical compatibility. All the 100-meter runners have a certain type of physical condition. In horses, you do not have to mix the same type of flows. For instance, if a stallion that runs on long distances should not be bred with a short distance running mare. So we have to rely on the on this topic too, and I think it also boils down to luck. And besides all this environment, the flows, genetics plays a very small part. We have, these modern techniques, but I personally have been in charge of breeding for the past 30 years. And that's how we can enhance the genetical offer. We have to take into account several types of blood. We need to, for instance, in France, we've been able to breed the same type of blood. And I think we bring about even more quality by doing that. We also have American blood. We will have Moroccan blood, French blood, Italian, Polish. My first stallion was Grabiec, Dorman's relative, so a Polish horse that won several times. So I use the blood to improve the genetics. And how can we improve the genetics? We used Gauss curve that enables us to create a certain type of elite. So in order to help progress the elite, we have to enhance the basis. There are countries where are a lot of inequalities. Average horse in France stands no chances in winning. Only the elite horses get closer to the possibility of becoming champions. Only 3% of the total number of races in France imply such horses. In Oman, for instance, there are many such races. We should make in such way to enable the average horse to play an important part.
Left is one of the greatest vets I've met in my lifetime. He recently retired, Dr. Andrew Dalgleish, and he assures me he is a cousin of the former international footballer Kenny Dalgleish. I wonder, but Andrew, you've heard what people have said. This is our 10th World Forum. What have we learned? What should we be doing? Tell us more.
Thank you very much, Tomo, and thank you to Sinus Sheikh Mansour and to Lara for inviting me again to the conference, and I very much appreciate being invited. Yes, I think I agree with much of what has been said already. From my experience, the genetics are the place you have to start off with, because you can have beautifully conformed horses, but they don't produce, or they don't become good runners. You obviously have to watch for genetic genetic faults, but it seems that the horses that have good racing pedigrees overcome some of these faults. I also feel it's very important to know the background of your horse. Obviously, mainly we have the mares. There's not so many people own the stallions. But if you know what injuries these horses have had during their careers, then that's something, again, you can watch out for and prepare for. I also think that the Arabian, flat racing Arabians have been very lucky in having the advantage of using assisted breeding for certainly a lot in the last 10 years with artificial insemination, where you can breed from basically any racing line in the world, in your country, without having to bring the stallion. And also, I think embryo transfer has been very useful in increasing the number of foals from a specific mare in 1 year, so you can basically try with different stallions, and you can speed up your breeding process and speed up your generations. But I think it's very important to have diversity in the pedigrees. I mean, we have seen in some cases where one stallion in a small racing area has become dominant, and maybe 9 out of the 10 horses in a race are from that stallion or from sons of that stallion, which I think makes it less interesting and more difficult to judge. Because the mare is definitely, to me, the foundation, but the stallions are very important as well. And I think definitely luck is a lot in it. But we have seen successful stallions, from a long distance stallion cross with a short distance mare, and has produced a good racehorse, which has turned out to be a good stallion as well. So I say a lot of it is luck. We try and be very scientific about it, but again, a lot of it, I think you have to look at results, and genetics is certainly very important. Obviously, the breeding of the horses is important as well, but you have to have the right ones first. You have to start with the right genetic mixture, and then obviously you have to rear them the best you can, feed them the best you can, and race them, train them the best you can, and choose your trainer carefully, and to give them all the opportunities that are there.
Andrew, I'm going to ask you in just a few moments after I've talked to Mark. I want you, because you're retired now, I want you to ask a question to get the views of the panel. Because you've done 50 years in the breeding veterinary side. I'll come back to you on that. Let's go to the gentleman on your left. He's come from the United Kingdom, Mark Weeks. Hello, Mark. Good morning. Tell us what you do and what are your thoughts on what has been said so far.
Well, firstly, I'm extremely pleased to be here, and it's very kind to be invited. I come from a very different space from everyone else. I'm from the insurance market in London. I'm a bloodstock underwriter in Lloyd's. I bow to these people's knowledge. However, what I do see, and we currently insure very few Arabian horses, but we insure a large amount of thoroughbred horses, is that there are similar patterns in what we see. And most specifically, what we see with regard to this is that the best pedigrees, the best studs produce the lowest attrition rate, and hence the lowest rate that we can offer. So when I receive a risk in Lloyd's, I spend a long time looking through it, and these are things that I take very significantly into consideration when deciding what rate is appropriate to charge. So, certainly and obviously they tend to come with higher values. The better care that a horse receives and the stronger the pedigree, we tend to see a lower attrition rate.
Interesting. Very interesting. Andrew, just ask a question of the panel. What would you, come on, you're retired now, what would you like to get the reaction from this panel of very, very knowledgeable people?
Well, first of all, I'm not totally retired. I mean, I'm retired from living from the UAE, yes, but I still have a very big interest in veterinary medicine and breeding. But the one thing, we've been having these conferences now for more than 10 years, and there's been a lot of discussion about assisted breeding, and I wondered really what the panel feels. Do they feel that in the past 10 years that assisted breeding with artificial insemination and embryo transfer, and also the developments in being able to breed subfertile mares and stallions, what they feel it has done to benefit Arabian horse racing in the world?
That's an interesting one. Susan, you're nodding. What are your thoughts?
Well, it's been a double-edged sword. It's been wonderful in a lot of ways, and it's got some negative components to it. For us, for me personally, in my breeding program, it has the artificial insemination with the frozen semen has given us access to horses in Europe that we would never be able to do. Embryo transfer, I did my first embryo transfer last year on a Viking daughter that's older, and 4 years in a row we tried to breed her and she could not carry the foal. So she's our best producer, and I have not gotten a daughter from her until last year. And so I was able to replace her in my breeding program. Also, some of the things that were mentioned about almost all the horses in one race being by a single sire or a descendant, that's not always a positive. Sometimes the easy access to horses that are promoted and do well tend to concentrate our genetics, you know, in a way that maybe isn't always good for the long term. So I think if these procedures are used judiciously, they will only help us to improve the breed and breed those faster, stronger, more durable horses. But it also, they have to be done very carefully, and I'm not in favor of multiple foals in 1 year from a mare, even though that might speed up your program. I think over the years, I think it's very tough on the mares, and again, I think we tend to, us in America particularly, tend to see a good thing and think it's, you know, we have to do it to the max, you know, and we have to learn to be a little more judicious in how we use these wonderful, and you know, the ITSE, and I mean, there's something new coming out all the time to help us with the subfertile mares and subfertile stallions. But again, they have to be used judiciously.
That's interesting. So we've heard the views from the United States of America. What about the views of the United Arab Emirates?
Of course, the new technology, especially the semen, it help and give access to the people, especially the small breeder, where they can choose the right stallion to their mares. And this is will help them, especially that some of the big stud, maybe they have certain stallion that they are not open. So with the artificial insemination, it helps small breeder and big breeder that they can use the right stallion for the, what do you call it, the embryo transfer. Yes. I didn't use it yet. I was watching it. There is some breeder who has in same year 3 or 4 from same mare, and the champion is 1. And the other is normal. Why? I don't know. Maybe injury, or maybe they don't have that speed. So I am not that keen of that unless I have old mare that has good pedigree and she can't carry a baby. I will use that method. Yes. But in UAE, we have all those facilities available in both hospitals, in Dubai and in Sharjah and in Abu Dhabi, of course. And the breeders can use this facility. And here where you can see our breeders in UAE that what they produce has good lines where they manage to import that semen from the state or from Europe and from everywhere. So this is give them a chance that they can compete with the big stud, not like the old days when we started that we should use only the available and it was natural in those days. So they have better chance than us when we started.
That's the view from the UAE. We've heard the view from the USA. What's the view of Europe? France.
Regarding the technical advancements, there are 2 things to consider: artificial insemination and frozen seminal material. These 2 aspects have substantially change the reproduction of pure blood. British pure blood, which thoroughblood, which is not reproduced using frozen materials, it has a different evolution, whereas and it has different features. So I'm not sure if this is positive or not really, but anyway, it does have some particularities which are influenced by the country where the process occurs. It has brought changes in the long run as well. With regard to embryo transfer, I don't want to criticize something that that I haven't experienced, but I'll be honest and I'll tell you what I think about it. In my opinion, you should never exceed 2 foals a year, because it's not natural to have 2 foals by the same mare in the same year, and never ever 3 or 4 or more. I once sold a mare, and after I heard that she delivered 30 foals during her lifetime. So it's something that I heard about subsequently. It was actually a very rare case. The mare had delivered exceptional foals with exceptional features, and I think 2 of her foals, all except 2, were not champions. All the others had very good results. So back to what I was saying about embryo transfer. The mare is important as well. If the foal is pure blood, you will have less problems because it will be educated by the mother. We know that the mare educates, raises the foals, whereas a carrying mare will not do it as well. Perhaps the others can confirm this as well. I think the human qualities matter as well, because in other races we know that in other breeds, we know that we have differences between using Holstein milk or other kinds of milk from other breeds. For instance, in this case, accelerated growth is also of importance. I use some of these elements in difficult mares, which had difficulties in delivering the foals. But that's what I think. I think that the best foals are a result of their own mares, not from mares that are used using the embryo transfer method. If some people can afford to do it, or if they don't have a choice, and if they must do the embryo transfer, they will do it, of course, because it is possible. But the genetic assets will alter in time. The genetic heritage will alter in time. We will see, I think, a boost in the short run, but then a decrease. Perhaps they will start with more modest mares, like we started in the beginning. In the beginning, I had more modest mares, and subsequently, we boosted performance, and we got very good results. In my opinion, this is the danger that we are faced with, doing it in a haste. But what we did is we waited, we observed. So I don't use embryo transfer except for old mares.
Thomas, you were sort of nodding in agreement. I mean, apart from being the boss of Polish racing, you're a very successful businessman, entrepreneur. What's your reaction to what has been said?
I agree 100% with my French colleagues, because having all the scientists, all the embryo transfer, all the genetic things behind, we are very close from the switching from breeders to producer. It is just next step where we will start just produce the horses. And this is very sensitive matter, you know. Sooner or later, and in my opinion, sooner is better than later, we need to regulate it on the world level regulation, how to use embryo transfer, how many embryos per year, in which condition. Otherwise, if this will be still really freedom for every country, like I say, some country from nothing will become big breeders in 2 years. And this is really scary. This needs to be fully controlled.
This is really scary. Emmanuel, you're listening to all this. Genetics, what are your thoughts?
So, but it's quite interesting, you know, and one thing that I did want to just bring out here was that, you know, the benefit of embryo transfer and AI is it negates the travel risk as well, which, you know, there's a big risk, you know, which is attributable to shuttling stallions across the world, and you know, and also mares as well. So, you know, this is another great benefit of using the system.
Mind you, if you owned the planes that were carrying them, you'd be very happy, wouldn't you?
Absolutely.
It's interesting, we're talking about, Sue just saying about the Galileo, which we're talking about at breakfast. In the thoroughbred world, you're talking about at Royal Ascot, Andrew was saying, Galileos, sons and daughters of Galileos, and granddaughters and grandsons of Galileos who are winning lots of races. And he is sort of the leading thoroughbred sire. He's 21 years of age. He's private at the moment, but he costs in the region of £600,000 a service, and he covers over 100 mares a year. It's a massive, massive earning potential. Susan, I'm sorry I interrupted just to make that point.
No problem. I just wanted to reiterate that that is one of the major advantages of AI and ship semen is that, you know, you're not shipping your foals. And I can remember before we had AI, we just didn't. We bred every other year because we did not ship our mares and foals to be bred back. So they were always empty a year. And again, in the veterinary business, we had lots of foal pneumonia, and you know, it would travel from farm to farm, disease and stuff like that. So that's been a major advantage to the ship semen, the cooled and the frozen.
What do the genetics tell us?
Alors, moi, je voudrais revenir sur quelque chose que j'ai entendu. On se demande
In the past decade, yes, we've made progress in terms of genetics. It's enough to watch the time, you know. Arabians race faster than 10 years ago. They do today. And back to the fact that we have new stallions. For instance, Dias stallion will reproduce better than the father. Yes, Hassan, you are the breeder. Yes. I think genetic progress can be quantified. If you look at the time, the performance of the horses, the competitiveness, it is certain that the possibility of transferring on 5 continents to 5 continents frozen semen has had an impact on performance. This is obvious. Now about embryo transfer, which is practiced at wide range, at wide scale. I think it is important for us to consider that it doesn't bother anybody for a stallion to lead to the delivery of 2,000 foals, but what bothers people is the number of foals produced by mare. I think this is an issue that we should wonder, honestly, because genetic diversity is something that guarantees performance in the future. It's something that I'm I'd like to ask you, actually, all of you, why the stallion can have, through various assisted reproduction methods, 2,000 foals, and the mare can only have, I don't know, 30. I agree with what Hassan was saying, okay? So there's no problem with the balances between small breeders and large breeders. I don't have a problem with this, but if we want to have genetic progress, we need to make sure that the mare has more foals, right? Otherwise, I agree with what the doctor said. The embryo transfer permits a better selection of, of reproduction. If we use the same mare with different stallions, nevertheless, even if we have different stallions, still we have a foal that will become a champion. Yeah.
Please stand up and tell us your name, where are you from, and what is your question?
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أحمد المزروعي. بما أن الملتقى عن الخيل العربية الأصيلة فبتكلم بلغتها.
Because this word meeting is about Arabian horses, so I will speak in Arabic. And I think all of them, it is for all the breeders and providing them in the UAE can choose the best stallions. After that, we will choose between the best producer mare and to get the best race horse. After the production, what are the most important points you can to bring a great race horse?
في دولة الإمارات على أساس تنتج مهر أو مهرة.
In the UAE, to get the better horse, I think you need more care. What I mean about care, and that it means so your farm must be provided with the most important things. You have good food, and all the training program also must be very good after getting this 1 year horse or 2 years horse. I believe too much in the pre-training, and according to my experience, the UAE product, I think it's better. But if you make it participate in the races at the year of 3 years, you have to watch the components and how much he can resist to those exercises and training, and all the period of pre-training. You should care about the injuries. That's why you have to be patient. Some of the breeders are pressing on the trainer and to participate in the classic races, especially if the trainer see that the horse is training pretty good and having good results. That's why we are sometimes the breeder want to see his product, his horse, on the racing track, and after that you get injured, and it will be. So it is completely cycle. That's why I'm thinking that what you need. Also, the experience is very good. All of us, we have experienced at the beginning of our life in this field. Only if you have to try with different horses, with different food, but I think you don't change something you have been doing for a long time just because somebody just give you a piece of advice. I mean, I believe on experiencing things like this, you have not to take and copy from Europe and bring it to the UAE, or something which is good in the USA, you bring it to the UAE. I'm not talking about the guidelines. We agree on those guidelines, but I am talking about these small details in breeding, what it can be good in our environment and our stables. And then you go start on it. This.
Morocco. And before he stands up and tell us his name, he's 30 years a breeder. I apologize for his dress today because their suitcases did not arrive on the aeroplane that he and his wife was on. But it's a rather cool dude. Big fella, over to you.
Thank you very much. I'm very glad to be here. That's the 10th year I'm coming to the Sheikh Mansour Festival. And I'm glad to do it because I'm very passionate of Arabian horses. I would like to speak, I agree with everybody on the panel on the points they have developed, each one. But I think the best way for the future is to accept the freedom of each breeder to choose the best way for him to develop his breeding. It's why the discussion about embryo transfer, or artificial insemination, or so on, or the land, or what, I think we have to forget that point and let every breeder choose the best way to develop their horses. But the problem is not that. Today, we have a lesson to take from the thoroughbred breeding. Today, for instance, you have 1% of the horse born in Europe which can hope to be a blacklisted horse. It means that the pyramid of the breeding must be larger and larger if we want to develop the Arabian racing and to have the best horses for the future. To develop a big pyramid means to develop the races at all the levels of the races, to help small breeders to come inside, to get rid of some money to keep their breeding. Because the problem of today is the small breeders cannot live out of their breeding. And even the big ones cannot live out of that. It means that the pyramid is not respected. And we have to find a way to ameliorate the rules so the racing can cover the Arabian international breeding of Arabian horses. So we have to find a way to change our rules in regard of the future, because as we see in Europe, the thoroughbred racing are in bad shape. The PMU is in bad shape in France. It means that there are new ways to develop races, and we have to find them together. Thank you.
Well said. That is good. And he was talking about black type when he was talking about black. There's black type, which of course is very big in the thoroughbred. This is the only man I know. He's got about 50 horses in training, and his wife has even more, which is even incredible. What's the name of the hotel in Morocco?
Adam Park Hotel.
That's the one. We now have a lady from France.
Merci. Marie-Ange Bourdette, j'ai un petit haras tout petit.
Marie-Ange Bourdette, I have a small herd. And I started without knowing what I was getting into, what the results would be, or what an Arabian horse is. And the day I started this activity, I became addicted to this wonderful breed. And I would like to say something. First of all, thank you very much for all the knowledge you have shared. And many thanks to those who support this field on a daily basis, the United Arab Emirates. So let me tell you my version. We're talking about the Arabian horse. It's a terrible situation. For the small breeders, it's very difficult to choose horses that we are going to breed. We look on a table, on a long list, and we say we should mix this with this one. For a couple of months we do this, and it's not a game. It's extremely important. When the mare bears that foal, we do not know what is going to happen with that foal once it is delivered and it turns 3 years old. When it turns 3 years old, we need to find a trainer, and it's very difficult to find a good trainer. Afterwards, the jockey, it's also extremely difficult to find a good one, and you'll have to pass the horse from one hand, from the jockey's hands to the other specialist, and so on and so forth. But now let me tell you my opinion about the embryo. My opinion is no, no, no. I cannot do this. God gave me this mare, and this mare will bear the foals. I have 13 mares. I use one this time, the next time I'll use a different one. And I have here a friend. Actually, you're all my friends, and I love you all equally, those of you who are breeders or who own Arabian horses. But I love you at different levels, and I love Khalid Al-Nabuda. As he had wonderful results, and I am extremely happy for him, and I take each opportunity to congratulate him. When he won, I was crying. I was crying for joy, just like when we won with Armamoun. And given that he's my friend, he should win. I love you, Khalid, because you open the way into this sport to the young generation, for the people coming from the Emirates and from other countries. Thank you very much.
It's true. There's a lady on my left. By the way, you were looking for a jockey. You've got Xavier Ziani here, who's a very good jockey. Would you like to rise and say hello? Who are you?
Hello, my name is Karen van der Bos. I'm an international trainer of Arabian horses. I do a small breeding. I have just 3 mares. But I have a question for Hassan Mousli and for Khalid. I would like to know, what do you think about crossing the same lines every time? I mean, when you have the father. No, I just want to ask you about what you think about the full sister and the full brother to breed with. I mean, you have a horse who's performing very well, and you use the same line again on the same dam. So the same father and the same mother. For Khalid and for Hassan, I would like to know.
Okay.
What is your experience in this, you know?
Okay.
Do you get as such as a good product again, or it's less? What's your experience, you both?
Okay. I done it, but not the way you said. I will never cover a mare by her full brother.
Sorry, that's not what I mean. I mean, what is your experience to have to breed again with the same father and mother?
Same father and mother?
Yes.
You said.
It's just I have a horse, lightning bolt.
عدة مرات من نفس
الام والاب دائما نفس الشيء يعني تعمل نفس الكوازمون.
Yeah, I done it, and the result is good.
You have good result.
Yeah, just let me correct if I understand it properly, that you are using same sire, right?
Yes,
same brood mare. So you have full sister and brother out of those 2 all the way, correct?
Yeah. Yes.
Yes, I done it. Among the 3, I have 2. They win many races, and the mare, she had injuries. So.
But was a good cross.
Yes.
So you have a golden cross and you repeat it again.
Actually, you see what you will do when you will start using that stallion with same mare. You will never know what they will produce until 4 years. So if you continue all those 4 years to use same sire with same dam, okay, you will know when you will race the first horse out of those, you already will have 3 or 4 full brother and full sister. And I done it, and it was the result is good. But I not always doing it. No.
Okay. Yeah. And Hassan?
Voilà, Hassan, il va vous dire ça. Personnellement, je ne suis pas un théoricien. Je vais vous donner un exemple.
Please use the microphone.
Moi-même. Mon premier croisement que j'ai fait entre Morgan de Pitbull et Gasperoy, ça
The first breeding between Morgan Pitbull and Esther Boy gave a foal that revolutionized the Arabian horse breed back then because his speed was extraordinary. This mating was shocking. We obtained a mediocre horse the second time, and the third time quite the same average result. We obtained a Mufa. For me, it all boils down to luck. Things can work out perfectly, just in like it happened in my colleague's case. So I think there are no rules. I could tell you a story. Maybe you're interested. It's the Purteji's story. His mother is Al-Arwa. She's an extraordinary mare. Should I go on with my story? Do you have the time? So the mare was extraordinary, and I knew she would give me exceptional products. And I'm telling you the story as it is. Sheikh Hamdan gave me 5 breeding Swiss Egmay, and I had the only mare that could have been bred. Her 3 foals died for healthy reasons. I changed the blood. I apologize, the story is long, but I reassure you it's very interesting. So I decided to change the blood, and I told myself, a hammer fall? I don't know if the result is going to be good. Back then I had 2 stallions, Dawish and Daest. Basically the same thing from a genetical point of view. And I myself took the mare to Darwish. The trainer recommended Darwish because the horse was good. Daesh had other health problems in the past. So I brought my mare, and Mr. Juarad said, "Don't you want to see the second stallion?" And I told him, "Yes, but I'm coming for Darwish." And when he showed me the same stallion, I said to myself, "But I'm so full, this is the stallion I want." And he asked me why. I don't know why, but this is the stallion that I want for my mare. And Al-Butijish was the result. 2,000 meters in 2009. He was the champion. He was almost purebred. I've never had such a horse. So I think it's not all about the knowledge, it's also about intuition. We should take into account all the levels, the breeding, the feeding. So the breeder should also rely on his experience, on his own observation notes. You should ask yourself, why hasn't the foal eaten today? my son works with me, and I think my children can observe these things. I've never neglected, I've never neglected my children. I brought them well. They went to excellent schools, but I have to admit that I think I've managed to better raise my horses than my children. And of course, in the room, there are a lot of people that can teach me a lot of lessons. I took the floor, but I wanted to tell you this story. Khalid Nabuda lives together with his horses. You know that.
Hello, Deirdre Hyde from UAE. I would like a comment from some of the panel members, following on from some of Andrew's questions. In UAE now, certainly in the show world, they're doing a lot of sex discrimination, sex selection of the foals, and that means that we could decide before the foal is born, or abort the fetus if we didn't like the sex that was born. And I think it'd be it is a dangerous thing, because in the show world they're going only for fillies. What might happen in the racing world? Thank you.
Very good question. Who would like to answer that? Yes? No. We have one final question because we've run out of time. Can I just squeeze through Dennis, who's just flown in from Stockholm? Who would like to answer? Please stand. Tell us your name.
Good morning. Je m'appelle Nawel Ben Hussein. Je suis...
Good morning. I'm coming from Morocco. I'm half Moroccan, half Tunisian. I don't have a question, it's a remark. Out of my own experience, actually, it's by chance that I've started working in this field. And I will have to say that everyone's interventions are filled with the technicalities. You talked a lot about genetics, you talked a lot about breeding and artificial reproduction. How can we obtain and how can we manage to obtain excellence and performance? Well, I do not have too much experience in this field, as I told you in the beginning. It is by chance that I started working in this field, so I would like to draw your attention on something extremely important: the passion, the honest love for your horses. All my experience together with the horses, and especially with the Arabian horses, was born out of passion. Many speakers today talked about the fact that this is not an exact science and it involves a lot of intuition. I would like to add that it also involves a lot of loving and passion. Why am I telling you this? Well, because my husband and I, who is a Tunisian breeder, I've noticed that out of passion he developed this job. And I'm also a mother, and I know that when you put a lot of love in everything you do, of course you will have good results. And of course you will reach the highest levels of excellence, and you can go even further. That was my short intervention. Thank you very much. And I just noticed that you are using a lot of technicalities, so let's not just leave everything to this, because the emotional part, the passion, the loving are extremely important, and we should not neglect them. Thank you.
Saying, I tell you what, it's interesting to listen to all that. The way she put it over was full of passion, and a lot of it is luck, a lot of it is genetics, a lot of it is what we've heard of. But I tell you what, that lady summed it up, I think, when she said it's passion, it's the love of the Arabian horse. And you keep that together, and you get two people together, and you produce something that becomes a champion. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please give a big round of applause to our breeding seminars? Thank you very much indeed. Absolutely outstanding. Well, I hope you enjoyed that. There's lots of more questions perhaps you'd like to ask any of the panel during lunch. Our thanks to the girls from Emirates Airlines as well. And now we will have lunch. We will stay on air on Yaz and Abu Dhabi TV. And we'll resume with more seminars this afternoon. Stay with us.
Thank you.
And the T-shirts go on sale tomorrow. I'm with you, big fella. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Romania. We're live in Bucharest at this fabulous Athena Hilton Hotel. It is nudging 35 degrees outside, and the action inside is going to be red hot all the way. Now, our next session is going to be a very interesting session, and wherever you're watching around the world, stay with us, and we're talking all Arabian horse racing. It is going to be good. Now, our moderator for this particular session is the Managing Director of Sports Guide and Sports Guide International. He looks after many promotions. He looks after the Dubai Duty Free, Sugar Cup, all those sort of big days. And he's a man that I've known for many years and have a healthy respect for. Please, would you give a big round of applause to Mr. Philip Brannan.
Thank you. Thank you, Tomo, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you to His Highness Sheikh Mansour bin Zayed and to Lara Sawaya for once again for the 10th time bringing together the World Arabian horse racing community here in Romania. We've had a decade of sharing our experiences and practices, and to borrow from what IFA Chairman Faisal Al-Rahmani said this morning, 10 years of having the opportunity to learn from each other. Some of our panelists here today have been involved in the world of Arabian racing since its inception, the forum since its inception, and bring a great deal of experience. Others are much newer to this event and can bring us new and fresh ideas. I would say that this year, the year of tolerance, this session has never been more appropriate. As horse racing becomes more and more international, we need to learn to respect and to tolerate each other's rules, regulations, and practices. And we have a great panel here who can help us discuss that. We have from Morocco, Hisham is not here. We have from the UAE, Deirdre Hyde, Nelly Philpott from Belgium, Dr. Ezzedine Sadrati, who we heard from this morning from Morocco, and Bondi Blomqvist from Sweden, and Mohammed Al-Hasham from Oman. We're also joined by Ilshoy Octavin, who is our host from Romania. He will speak in Romanian, so headsets at the ready, please, because we'd like to thank you for your hospitality, for welcoming us here to Romania. And I'd like to start by asking you just to give us an overview of racing in Romania, because it has had troubled times in the past. The sport is being revived now. You are reviving the sport here in Romania, and we're all looking forward to taking part and experiencing it on Saturday. But just tell us a little bit about the development of racing in Romania.
Good afternoon. My name is Octavian de Visoy. I'm the Vice President of the National Sanitary Veterinary Authority in Romania. I represent all the veterinaries in Romania and the activity in the field. We don't have much to do with horse racing, but we oversee everything related to animal health. Everything that is related to racing, the movement of these animals, of the horses from one side to another, from one area to another, from one country to another. And we do tests, and also we deal with imports and exports of horses in Romania. We oversee these activities. So this is what we are doing. Thank you very much for organizing this event. You should know beforehand that horse racing in Romania is starting to be revived. We are doing better in terms of endurance racing, not so much in obstacle races. Hopefully, in the future, we will witness beautiful horse racing in Romania.
And export of horses. Tell us a little bit about the import of horses in Romania, because I understand there are various restrictions on quarantine that make it more difficult for international runners to come to Romania. Is that something that is being considered and something that is being progressed at the moment?
There are no restrictions for imports. The horses don't need to stay in quarantine when they arrive, but all of these horses must have traces certificates. They must be accompanied by specific documents, and they must be registered with the national sanitary authority. We have infectious anemia like in other states, but it is under control. Hopefully, starting in January next year, we will start using B form, as is used in the entire region of Europe. The only restricted area will be the Tulcea region, where we have some wild horses, but the rest of Romania has been a free movement area.
And so we can expect that to come and to develop, and the racing here in Romania to become even more international. I'm looking down the panel at Nelly Philpott, who said to me earlier on this afternoon, I don't know anything about rules for racing. Nelly Philpott wrote the rule book for Arabian racing as a founder member of IFA. Just tell us a little bit, Nelly, about your experience and the development of Arabian racing over the past decade. Rules have changed, regulations have changed in that time. The international Arabian horse racing community has had to adapt to new rules and regulations. How have you found that personally from your side of it as a breeder, but also as somebody with a good overview of IFA and the work that IFA does?
I think there recently has been less problems with rules, because more and more they are standardized. We encountered some problems with new countries joining the Arabian community. So, but it needs a bit of time, like Romania has infectious anemia, so other countries are quite reluctant to let the horses go and come back. Like, selling to Romania is no problem, because we are quite free of infectious anemia. But the other way around, just for racing, coming in and coming back, they are reluctant. It's true that it's only from one area, and this doesn't concern where the racetrack is. But, you know, our governments are reluctant to let the horses go in and see them come back.
Because we were talking this morning in the breeding panel about the not so much a necessity to move horses around for breeding purposes with AI, but of course for racing we must do that. We have to do that. How have you seen that develop in your experience in the time that you've been in Arabian racing? Because I would imagine that when you began racing, there was much less traffic, much less movement of horses.
Well, the races were not that international. So there was no demand, and when the races became more financially interesting, the moving started. But it started first within Europe, between like France and the surrounding countries, because the French people like to come and pick all the sponsor money in the different countries. That was no problem. Going to the Middle East, I think it has also been organized since. So this is becoming all more easy. I see there is just a few new countries that are still, we have to go through the adaptation period.
And of course, that increased internationalization, we have His Highness Sheikh Mansour and the Sheikh Mansour Festival to thank for that, for promoting more and more international races. Deirdre Hyde, UAE, down there on the end, I can almost see you down there. Based in the UAE, just tell us a little bit more about your role in the UAE and your involvement in the regulation of horse racing in the UAE.
Well, I'm not been terribly closely involved in the regulations of racing in the UAE, but I have been in the UAE more or less since international racing started, and I've been in involved with the breeding and so on of horses, first in the royal stables and then with His Highness Sheikh Sultan bin Zayed. I've watched it grow fantastically into probably one of the countries with the best racing in the world. But what I would like to see is we have, and which is actually happening to a certain extent in the UAE, is we have to bring in more young people, and I think this is something all the rules must try to do. In UK, where I was involved in racing when I was young, raced my own horses and so on. And we had amateur racing, not always popular with everybody, but the Arab horse community has to reach out to a much smaller world than the thoroughbred racing community. And I think that if we want the sport to grow, we have to look at the young people and develop rules, perhaps take the pony racing further, expand it into something that brings in the young people. We see how young people are involved in the endurance. That's a lot of long, hard hours. Racing doesn't involve quite so much, so I think that this is a way that we should be looking forward.
And once again, that's an area that Sheikh Mansour Festival is leading. We were in Sweden 3 weeks ago for the National Day Gallop there, and there were 2 races in the Sheikh Latifah pony racing series there, which were a fantastic spectacle. And of course, last year when we saw the finalists in Abu Dhabi, and how Sheikh Latifah came out and she greeted all the riders, which must have been a wonderful experience for them, and the sort of thing that would engage them at an early age. What else can we do to bring in younger people? Is it just through getting them involved in riding horses? Other ways do you think, Deirdre, in which we can get them more involved in learning about the breeding of the horses, and maybe programs for those that aren't either physically able or of a disposition to take up riding? We still need those people who won't come from a riding background to be involved in the sport, maybe in the future as breeders or trainers. It can't all start with the riding, can it?
No, and I think that, again, in the UAE, there is great opportunity to introduce the school children to come to days at the racetrack, go to the stud farms, and various things like that. I mean, you've got, children have so much, there's so much competition for their attention, and to bring them away from their iPads and iPhones
Absolutely.
and things. I think that there's a lot to do, and I actually believe the younger, in a way, that you can capture them the better, because if they have a fantastic experience with an Arab horse when they're really young, it stays with them. I mean, it's what probably 90% of us here were captured when we were young by the Arab horse. And another thing is that young people, they like speed, they like excitement, yes. And what more can you expect, from racing
from
your
the
Arab
thrill and
horse?
exhilaration
Yes.
of riding a racehorse. I'm probably breaching confidences here, but I had an email this morning from the UK that is talking about a proposal to have a race there, not necessarily an Arabian race, but for under 18s, and so something to bridge that gap between the very young people that we see in the Sheikh Latifah pony racing series and the amateur riders, to have a race for under 18s, which may well help to progress that. I'm really, really conscious that we don't hijack the session that we've got coming up on Friday about the future of Arabian racing and how we can improve it in the future. I really don't want to hijack that. I do want to leave things to say, because I'm moderating that one as well. But just before we get into the technicalities of the rules, I'd like to bring Dr. Sadrati in, because just following on from what Deirdre was saying there, I know that you have a view that we can learn from other sports. There are other models out there that would help to achieve some of the things that Deirdre's talking about.
Thank you. First, there is a small history about Arabian races. Sheikh Zayed, God save him, has decided one year in the 80s to develop Arabian races in many countries. In the 90s, he did it in Morocco, and I was the first passionate to follow the idea of Sheikh Zayed, which was wonderful to develop the Arabian races to the world. These seeds he has put in many countries is the one who is bringing all of us here today. It means that was a way to democratize the breeding of Arabian races to the world. The countries follows more or less, different countries follows more or less, but today many countries follows really that idea and they try to go ahead in that development. But as I told this morning, how to make bigger the pyramid of Arabian breeding. I'm not speaking about large breeders to the world. I'm speaking about how we can develop the breeding of Arabian races to the world. First, the rules, the sanitary rules to go from country to country. Second point, to develop a new kind of rules for racing. Racing is something, at that moment, which depends only on individuals who are racing with their horses. But as far as I see in the Football Federation, the people are working to defend a flag, or they are defending Manchester City instead of Liverpool, or London against Manchester City. It means that the people to be involved in our breeding, to be involved in our will, they have to be interested directly in what we do. It's why we can change the policy of the future, creating, let's have a dream, one international day which will be the same in each country willing to develop the breeding horses. A day with, let's say, 7 horses, 3 for 3 years old, 4 for 4 years and plus, with stayers, sprinters, milers, and to fix that international day and to do it in every country. I am sure that many sponsors and many countries will follow that way because their flags will be involved in that racing. Football Federation is something which has changed the world. You have billions of people following the football games. It's why we have to find a way to develop our breeding through the world, and if we have the will to do it, we can put some people to work on it and find the way to do it. Thank you.
That's really, really interesting because when we're talking about football, we're bringing 70,000 people together to support one of 2 flags. With your concept, we would be supporting 7, 8, 9, 10 flags on the same day. But I was going to come to you next, but I'm going to jump to Hashem and the Royal Cavalry of Oman, because we're talking here about supporting flags. Yours is one of the biggest supported flags around the world, the Royal Cavalry of Oman, with you're racing all over the world. Just how many different countries would Royal Cavalry of Oman race in any one season?
Hello, everyone. It's another success year, I think.
And of course, all that goes thanks to Sheikh Mansour Festival, which is always, I'm always repeating what I'm saying, is keeping us in one place and discuss about the future of Arabian horses. Yes, going back to when you say Royal Cavalry, it's not, I don't speak about Royal Cavalry only, I speak about all the owners and trainers in Oman. Yes, they do travel a lot, and especially now, we almost 10 countries. We're racing over 10 countries now. That is including private owners and Royal Cavalry of Oman.
Congratulations on your winner yesterday, by the way. I know you're not talking just about Royal Cavalry of Oman, but it was a nice winner yesterday, and one in the UK a couple of weeks ago at Windsor too. So looking at the difficulties of rules and regulation internationally, if your owners and trainers and jockeys, of course, are competing in 10 different countries, you're dealing with 10 different racing authorities. You have to find the rules for entries and declarations in each of those countries. You have to, so that you can make sure your entries are okay, you have to have travel permits, you have to know what the veterinary requirements are and any biosecurity requirements, and then your jockeys have to know the rules on whips. How do you, it's your responsibility sending horses internationally to contact each of those countries where you will race and establish those rules for each individual racing authority?
Yes, when the movement, when I speak about movement of horses now, and it's not only horses, owner, trainers, and jockeys as well, when now, especially now, you know, the movement of Arabian horses is really increased a lot, and a lot of countries, a lot of owners, you know, racing all over the world. I think myself is it's the job of the authority of each country where they, if you'd like to say that you guide all these people, all this team, to make easier for them for the movement of their horses and competing all over the world. Yes, when we speak about Oman and the Royal Horse Racing Club, we do work side by side with the trainers and owner and all the jockeys and try to find out if, for example, if a jockey or trainer or an owner traveling in a different country, of course we sit with them. Personally, I usually sit with them. If anything I can do for them, I always behind them and try to push them really to go international. And that's how we're starting really working really better and easy. Going back to the jockeys, right now in Oman, we do have like almost 6 to 7 professional jockeys who are riding all over the world now, especially in UAE and other countries, in France, UK. So, you know, it's always, it's very important for the authority to sit with these jockeys really and guide them through or find out if the rules are different. Because rule is one, but regulation is different in each place we're going. So I think it's really important for the authorities to help and work, not to help, to work side to side with those people, their people, to guide them to make their life really easy moving with their horses and competing.
And of course, we're talking about your horses going to race in other countries, but the same is true when horses from other countries come to race in Oman. They are looking to you to provide them with that guidance. So it's a two-way street.
That's correct, yes. It's very important, you know. Yes, we don't have international races right now in Oman, but we do exchange information. So we do work very close with the other authorities to provide them any information they like from us, especially when our horse is traveling abroad. It's exchanging information. You know, working close with the handicappers, for example.
Of course.
You know, the handicappers must work really close to each other to make, movement of Arabian horses easy.
Yes, absolutely. And somebody else who moves Arabian horses around Bodil, who is involved in those rules and regulations in more ways than one. As a trainer, of course, but you'll also be very mindful of the rules as they apply to jockeys, because you are the mother of Anna Pilroth, who is a top jockey too. We were talking earlier today about internationalization and the difficulty of having to visit every racing authority, whether you visit them by telephone or online. Some countries are easier to find the information than others.
Yes, in some countries you can find the information on the internet, or they send email when you enter the horse. But in some countries they're difficult to find, and you have to go to the secretary and ask for the rules.
I was only giving you the opportunity there to say what you said to me this morning, which was, if Jenny Haynes and Bill Smith are still in the room, that the Arabian Racing Organisation in the UK is very good and very easy to deal with. But you do have to make 10 different visits to 10 different racing authorities. Would there be a case for having a central resource, like an international rules and regulations book, not where all the rules for every country is the same, because we could never achieve that, but a central resource where you could go to find out what the rules are in Belgium or the Netherlands or UK?
Yeah, that would be very easy and very good if you can create that. So we can find it and know where you can find it.
And I know you have some views on some of the rules that can be standardized between Arabians and thoroughbreds. You were talking to me about weights. Explain that to us.
Yes, I also is a thoroughbred trainer, and there is differences in the weight scales between fillies and mares in thoroughbreds and in Arabian horses. So in thoroughbred they claim 1.5 kilo, and in Arabian races they claim 2 kilos. And that could be a problem for the jockeys. They don't know which weight they're going to ride. So if you can have the similar rules for the weights, it would be very good.
That would certainly be useful, and something that we might talk about later in the week in the workshop. Dr. Sadarati, you were very welcoming to us 2 years ago when we were in Morocco, when Morocco hosted the World Arabian Horse Racing Forum there, and we visited your brand new racecourse, and it was a credit to you. We were there on the opening day, and it was a terrific day's racing. The racing there continues to develop. How many meetings are there each year now?
Now, actually, we have something like 700, more or less, Arabian race horses, and we have 7 racetracks. You were speaking about the rules, sanitary rules. It's very hard to find a way for an absolute possibility, because the organization of episodes of this disease to the world can change the possibility of each country depending on the sanitary of the area. For instance, you can have a disease in a country, so the rules change for that country, and you have to do quarantine and so on. So it's a big problem, really. To solve it, it's not easy, because it doesn't depend only on Arabian horses, and not depending on Arabian or thoroughbred horses. It depends on animals in a country.
Yes.
So sometimes you cannot avoid these regulations. So it's important to know. But what is important to find is to find the way to do the best exchange between countries. When I spoke about that, it means that when you have 7 races with 3 horses, is 21 horses, a country can charter a plane and send a plane of horses and participate in one day. But an individual, except the richest, cannot do that. If we do a day, it is important because people, all the people can be interested. For instance, in football, you cannot call some people and tell them today there is a penalty between two clubs, because a penalty is something, it's 1 minute, and it's what we're doing now with one big race. Otherwise, when you do 7 races, it means an afternoon. The people can take a plane and come because they are interested in the revolving. It's important to see how we can push the breeders
to be more interested by their will and their dream.
And by achieving those economies of scale, by traveling together, and you referred then to only the biggest ones can have the resources and the funds to be able to do that. That would include the horses from Oman. Mohammed, you have horses based in the UK, you have horses based in Oman. Of course, when you travel your horses internationally, do you try to travel them all together, or is it not a consideration? If a horse has to go for a particular race, then he can fly on his own?
In the royal cavalry, because they are the one who actually they have horses in 3 places, which is now most of the breeding now is in France. So usually, when they travel, they take the whole team together. So they are there in our season in Oman, which is all usually start mid-October to 1st of April, and after April they fly the horses to UK. That is the team which is based in Oman, but there's another team which is based in France, which is we have a civil trainer over there. So the movement is always together.
Yes.
But usually we do have a particular, if a horse must travel for a particular race, yes, they do travel individual.
Yeah, and not everybody, of course, has the resources to do that, but it's, so if we could maybe look at some sort of, I don't know, some sort of international club for maybe a means of communicating to who's traveling where, or these international race meetings, like you were talking, Dr. Sadrati, where we can maybe get people to club together, to combine, to charter something. Would you see that as being the responsibility of the owners and the trainers? Would you see it as being the responsibility of the international racing authorities who are sending horses, or would it be the responsibility of the host? If we were hosting an international event in the UK, then should the host of the event say, okay, we will organize the transport?
So I think we have to become the followers of Sheikh Zayed's decision, will. To be the followers means we have to decide through IFA which are the best development of our breeding and of our horses owners, which is the best future to develop at that. This question will put us in IFA to fix a way to do that kind of international day. And that international day will have more sponsors, because a country can follow in 7 races with 50,000 euro. But all the countries cannot put 1 million euro in one day. So it's possible when you have many countries participating in the same races, it will be easier to sponsor, to find sponsors. It will be easier to find people coming to the racetrack. The biggest problem now in France, you go to Longchamp, you have even 800 or 1,000 people coming. It's not interesting, because the people are no more interesting of the horse of that one, The people who bet are not interested. But when you say to them, you are betting for Abu Dhabi, or you are betting for Emirates or for France, they will come and participate. That's exactly the Federation of Football.
It is. It's like the FIFA model. It is like the FIFA model, but it also strikes me as being very similar to international endurance racing as well, because when we look at endurance, if we take our...
It's very small.
Regarding
football.
Well, yes, it's very small globally compared to football, but there is that following of the flag, the following of the country, similarly in endurance racing. Deirdre, we talked a little bit about the way that things can be improved. How would you see that international racing can be improved through rules and the regulation of the sport. Could it be made easier to run internationally? The UAE, you said that you've watched it develop, and you've been a part of the development of racing in the UAE. And what you said is now one of the leading racing nations in the world. There has to have been a great deal of work and a great deal of thought process put into welcoming international runners and making it easier for people to race in UAE. What can other countries do? What can other countries learn from that model that the UAE has followed?
That's a tall question. One of the things that I think we need, the resources that we should use more and could be a bit better organized, would be the IFAR website, and we need to do much more coordinated international promotion of the different races, particularly the main Group 1 races. It's quite difficult. I do a bit of writing for some of the Arab horse magazines and things, and I think we say this every year. Finding information from different countries is very difficult. The UAE has the fantastic database from Emirates Racing Authority. Not many other countries have this, but I think if one could see easily see, or between the different countries, they shared the information on their main races so that it was easy to look it up, so that you could plan your journalism or your visits or whatever. But it's not easy. And the other thing I think is we need to, in the terms of all the Arabians, look at, because we're a breeding organization as much as a racing organization, featuring more and giving more publicity to the mares and fillies races, because those are the ones, and maybe more breeders' challenges, futurity races for breeders, that sort of thing, to promote much more in that
promote
way.
much more and encourage breeding at the entry level. Nelly, I know you wanted to say something there.
For years, I have been asked by our tracks, Ostend in particular, to have one full Arab day. So coming to the idea of Doctor, and I think for us, the first step to that idea would be if our different sponsors would accept to be on the same race meeting. Because organizing-wise, the costs are as much for organizing one race as, well, I mean, all the things around it are the same as having 3 days with one race. So if they would accept to be on the same meeting, we could already have 4 races for Arabs on the same day.
Yeah.
And more foreign people, horses essentially, I hope, would be motivated to come, because they can travel 4 horses in the truck and have 1 horse in each race.
And there are some examples of that in the world, aren't there? Because speaking mainly with knowledge of the UK, the Dubai International Arabian Races at Newbury, which is coming up next month, that is an international race day. Is Jenny still in the room, Jenny Haynes? No, she's not. Bill Smith is here, because I just wanted to refer to Jenny on the fixture list there, because we in the UK are holding more single races now on thoroughbred cards and fewer total days, because of the cost, the economies of scale, but the cost of putting on the integrity services and the media and the cameras and the starters. The Arabian Racing Organisation in the UK, for example, is saddled with paying for all of that, where if they're having a single race on a thoroughbred card, they can only pay for a proportion of it, because they're only using a proportion of it. And So it would take the support of sponsorship in order to achieve more of those international days. But the one that we have in the UK, that is all under one sponsor umbrella, and indeed as we do the world's biggest Arabian race day in Abu Dhabi in November, is all under the guidance of His Highness Sheikh Mansour. Would it be possible, do you think, Dr. Sederati, to get sponsors to share, to come together, to combine?
I'll tell you some example. It happens 15 years ago. Algeria, Morocco, Libya, and Tunisia decided to have a great day of 7 races. It was only possible if each country could charter a plane with 15 or 20 horses and go to that meeting. But it was impossible to go with 1 horse to Tunisia because the frontier is closed between Tunisia and Algeria. It was impossible to come from Tunisia to Morocco because the frontier was closed in Algeria. While when we decided to do that, each country has taken a plane, sent his horses, and they have races together one day. And it was wonderful because each country was involved. Hundreds of people take the plane to come and see how their horses. That emulation comes from a normal chauvinism. How do you say in English?
Nationalism.
The emulation of the flag. Emulation of the flag. It is the same if you do it between Abu Dhabi and Dubai, because the Dubai yacht will try to fight against the ones of. So we have to find that interest to develop our horses. As I told you, you can take a plane and go to see 1 race in Dubai, but 1 race is 2 minutes, 3 minutes, okay? While you can take a plane because we have 7 races with half an hour between each. It's an afternoon, and you have to come and defend your horses and defend your flag. So the idea is to change our mind. I have done the proposal to Mr. Rothschild of France Gallup.
Okay.
I have done the proposal to John Cobb from Racing Post. And both have found that idea will change the future of Arabian horses and even of thoroughbred horses, because we have to find a way to bring the people interest in our horses. They must not be our own horses. They have to belong to some area horses or some nation horses. In a field, it doesn't mean that the owners are not existing. It means that we're developing a new idea of the races.
Well, we've got 2 guys from the Racing Post here, Scott and Ash, who we'll be hearing from later on this week. The proposal is with one of their colleagues, John Cobb. We now know that, so we'll watch this space with interest to see how that develops. Mohammed, how can we improve things? How can we make international racing easier?
Is that my question, yeah?
Yes.
I'll go back what you guys been saying regarding, especially example in UK now. You know, they went back again and they put some individual races in the thoroughbred race meetings. That is really good. Myself, I think that is really good is to publicity the Arabian horses, because then you're having a combined audience who are coming to watch the thoroughbreds, who are in the thoroughbred wards. Some of them, very few who comes and watching the Arabian, but when they get together there, you never know. The one which was interested in thoroughbred, he may go back and, you know, maybe interested in Arabian horses. And in another way that for sponsors, when he sponsors an individual race between the thoroughbreds, it's more publicity for him rather than being an individual race. So this is one of the way of doing it. But when you're speaking about international, I think we are really far from doing such a thing, it's a good idea, and it can be. It's not impossible. It can be, and it will bring a lot of audience. But it needs a lot of communication between a lot of authorities, which is in these days is very difficult to bring the idea and everybody agree about the same idea and how it's going to work. It's going to happen, but I think it needs time.
It will take time, and it will take time as well to build those databases that Deirdre was talking about earlier, those central resources. From the point of view of racing from Sweden, do you have, because you have places quite close that you can race. You train in Sweden, but you also have runners in Denmark,
Norway.
And Norway as well. Is there anything that would make it easier for you to be able to reach out further and to travel further?
Well, if it is more races on a race day, then we can bring more horses.
Mm-hmm.
So if you have 2 or 3 Arab horses in training, and you can bring all of them, like Nelly said, if the sponsors can go together and we can bring more horses, that would be much easier for us, because we have a long way to travel from Scandinavia.
Yeah, and it's expensive, obviously, to travel just one horse. And what Mohammed was saying about having the single races on the thoroughbred cards, we were both at Windsor a few weeks ago when we saw that work to very good effect. It was a big meeting. It was an evening race meeting for thoroughbreds primarily. There was an Arabian race on the front of the card. There was music and entertainment afterwards, and it drew a very big crowd. And I was surprised when I arrived how many people there were there already to see the Arabian race. They'd arrived early for whatever reason, to beat the traffic, to get a good spot, and all that sort of thing. But they were exposed to that Arabian race. And hopefully they will come back and watch more. But it's so we have a case for both models there, for the single standalone international race day that would have combined sponsors and would mean that people could travel together and travel horses more economically, but also the benefits of being able to expose thoroughbred racing people to Arabian racing by having the single races on the cards. I'd just like to, if I can, come back to Romania and to look ahead a little bit towards Saturday. We're very much looking forward to visiting the racecourse and seeing what you have to offer. Just how long has the racecourse been open? Because this is a new facility, yes?
The racetrack has been renovated a few years ago. It was open a few years ago, and it was reorganized, it was modernized. Hopefully Saturday you will witness a wonderful event. Hopefully you'll be delighted by our organization. It's a beginning for us, but I think the organizers will do a great job.
Been working on this renovation, because we were talking about it this time last year. Obviously, when we were in Madrid, it was announced that we would be coming to Romania. We were all very excited about that, and you were working hard with the redevelopment and renovations then. How long has the project taken?
The project took about 4 months. 4 years, sorry. And last year we almost completed the project, and it's looking great, actually.
We look forward to it, and thank you for that correction to the English translation, because if they'd achieved all that in just 4 months instead of 4 years, that would have been quite remarkable. We have our distinguished panel here on the stage. Does anybody have any questions that they'd like to pose to any member of the panel, or indeed a comment that they would like to make about any of the subjects that we've covered? There's a gentleman there over on the far side.
بداية شكرا للشيخ منصور الذي جعلنا تحت سقف واحد. My question for عزت سدراتي, also my big brother فيصل رحماني. دكتور عزت, عندما أسمع كلامك دائما تضرب لنا أمثلة بكرة القدم. هل ترى أن هناك طموح أكبر لجعل الاتحاد الدولي للخيول العربية إفهار
international federation for those to get the same rules for all the countries, for the weight of the horses, for the transportation, for the database. We have to have maybe the international federation can reinforce this and can put some pressure on some countries to develop their Arabian horse racing.
Question. The idea is not that we find the solution of that wheel without working on it. You told me it's very hard to do like soccer federation because they have database that they have. I tell you something. Last week there was the champions, the women champions of football, and all the stadiums were full of people because they were defending the States, they are defending France, they are defending England. So the meaning that we want is not that we will have already all the people coming. If we do that way, we will have people coming. And we have another problem which is more important in a point of view of genetics. Why do you want to forget horses who are Arabian sprinters? Why you don't have a race for sprinters in that day? Why don't you have a race for milers? Why you don't have a race for stayers? Because you can forget a lot of horses which cannot win something because they are sprinters and they have no chance to sprint. And you have milers and they have no chance to. So there is a big problem we have to solve in IFA to solve that. Because when you see about one day like that, suppose Turkey, Morocco, Emirates, Saudi, France decide to do one day like that. All the countries will participate on it. They will participate because it will be easier for their breeders, for their owners to participate in it. Even the owners will participate in it because they want to try to see if their horses are good, if they can bring something for their flags, for their emulation, you know. So it's not hard to do. You have to begin by a part, and later maybe you do areas line against Abu Dhabi. Why not? Why not? But the day will be fixed with that races for 3 years, that races for 4 years, and it won't change. It will be like the rules of one soccer game of 90 minutes. You know, if you define that, it will be the same for everybody. They would bring their sprinters, their milers, their stayers, and you have points, and you see which is the best, the nation or the best area. Maybe Manchester City will be better than Liverpool and so on. It's not hard to do. We have to work on it to do the right regulation, because the right regulation will say, are you going to see that a horse of Emirates is born in Emirates or not, or belonging to an owner of Emirates? You have to see the regulation of the training centers. It's easy to do, really easy. And you don't need to begin with 100 horses and 100 nations. You can begin with, like they do rugby between the 5 nations rugby competition. You can begin with 10 countries, then 12 countries, and so on. It's easy to do because we have the chance in the same race. You can have more or less 6 nations in the same race, while in soccer you have only 2 nations. Because every nation can bring 2 to 3 horses, and you have a race which brings 6 nations or 5 nations in the same time.
I really do think, Dr. Sedrati, that this is something that we will develop over this week, because we're talking about international race meetings, days of international races, but you're taking us a step further now. You're talking about an international league of Arabian horse racing, which is something maybe we'll talk to the chairman of IFA about privately a little later on as to whether that can be. We'll bring you in just a moment. So could we have a microphone over this side, please, for this gentleman? And while we wait for that, Nelly, I think you wanted to make a point.
Two things, in fact. I think the comparison with football is limited because racing is not a team game. But apart from that, we did organize, it was in the context of heritage, we organized a kind of European championship, which was an individual race. But on top of that, I set like a Nations Cup. And that was the 3 best results of each nation. And of course, as you can only have 14 in one race, yes, we had to limit, it was limited to 3 horses for each nation. But we had like 4 nations competing, and 2 years in a row, it was the same nation winning, and they were really enthusiastic about it. And it gives a bonus to the race. It was only one race in this context. But on the other hand, on the same day, we had an open race. And because like the Swedish trainers, they like to come with 2 horses in their trailer, they also took a horse for the other race. And that one became far more international than it should have been if there was not this second race. So I think it's good to have several races. And with us, the Thoroughbred going opposed to what you say for England, the Thoroughbred Association asks us to do such a day. Maybe not the whole meeting, but like 4 or 5.
We've got the session tomorrow on media and PR because and social media and the promotion of Arabian racing, and it might be fascinating to discuss a little bit of this in that session, because as Nelly says, we do have races at the moment where lots of different countries are represented, but I think as a race goer, looking at the race card and looking down at the names of the horses, there are very few where we would maybe recognize the country that they come from. So that internationalization, that international competition does exist. We're not recognizing it and we're not promoting it, though, are we? And maybe that would give us a start. If we could look at that.
It's easy to start. If you compare the Kentucky Derby, the Breeders' Cup of Santa Anita, or the Royal Ascot, it's what? It's Irish against English, against French, maybe Americans. The people come because they are interested. You have to make our horses belong to our citizens.
Yes.
We need to make our horses belong to our citizens. If we do it, we will succeed because the people will be interested in. If not, we don't.
And I take you right back to what Deirdre said at the very start about involving young people. It's about getting people to relate to the horses, isn't it? And if we can do that through a pure love and passion for the animal, then fantastic. That's great. But if we have to find other hooks, maybe that nationalism and patriotism is one that we could use. I'm sorry I kept you waiting there, but we have a question down at the front.
Okay, I am Viorel Dabija. I am the chairman of Romanian Horse Racing Federation. I have questions because we compare the football with the horse racing. And my question for you is, how can we find a way to attract more people on Hippodrome to watch the races?
How can we find more people to watch the races?
In order to attract also many sponsors. for the races, right? Because the sponsor is looking for the public.
If the owner of the horse accepts that the horse belongs to the Bucharest citizens, you will have more people in the racetrack than only if it is only the owner who is interested.
Okay, thank you.
It's an interesting concept. We have a question at the back somewhere. Who is that with the microphone?
I would like...
I can't see.
Speak again. Speak loud.
What's his name?
Philip.
Is it on?
I'll call him his name. Okay.
My name's Ash. I'm from the Racing Post. I know very little about Arabian horse racing, but I feel like I've learnt a lot so far. So thank you, everyone. I literally was just going to touch on the fact that actually what was just being said about having a Royal Ascot for Arabian horse racing, because obviously there's positives and negatives of having an all-Arabian horse card at Chelmsford that, for me, I've seen on the Racing Post, but you can't get live comments, you can't see the results or anything like that, and I'm sure not that many people go to it. And then on the other hand, you have one race tagged on a thoroughbred card, but then for sponsorship, if you had a Royal Ascot week, and then like World Cup, you'd have it in England one year, next year you'd have it in Scandinavia, so that it's easy for you to, and everyone there can have their horses and don't have to travel. Then there's 4 days, there's 6 races every day, there's sponsorship opportunities, there's economies of scale, bringing horses over to that country, and it's way easier, and the horses can stay in the ownership that they are. They don't have to be transferred into a country that you support. I just think that would be way easier. So it's not really a question, but it just seemed like a bit of a no-brainer. But I know it takes a lot of organising.
Well, not a no-brainer. It does take a little bit of thinking about. But where the route that you're taking us down is to an international festival of Arabian racing. I think is what you're suggesting, which I think quite a few of the people on the panel here would be quite excited about, and particularly the Omanis, to be able to take part in an international festival of Arabian racing. Is that something that could have a future, Mohammed?
Yes. I think it's a really, I mean, each country, as what I mentioned earlier, it's not difficult. Everything can be done, but it needs to be planned properly, because you don't want to do it 1 year and then it collapses again. So you need to find a really, a really basic ground. And going back, I just want to add to the gentleman here. He's saying that he was asking a question: how you get more audience on the race course? There's no fast way. There's no really fast way or magic to bring an audience in 1 day, because it will be only that 1 day and then they will disappear again. As she mentioned earlier, you need to start really from young generation. When you're looking for a young generation, you need to start from really, really, young age. Sheikh Mansour Festival, what they're doing with the pony races, look at that. Children are starting from there, they will be interested more and more and more and more. So then you're having a really it's like a contract, you're having a long-term contract with those audience. They will grow up, they will keep coming back again to the race course. Well done, with the idea, and I'm sure it was the idea of Lara, which is very good. Now, going back again, I'll tell you other thing is, in my experience, what we did in Oman, and thanks goes to Royal Cavalry. The Royal Cavalry, what they're doing is now back from 15 years or more. They train more than 300 to 400 children to ride ponies. What they're doing is thanks to them again, they provide the transportation, they provide equipment to ride. So those, going to the experience, from these 300, say for example 300, which they train every year. In my experience being in the Royal Cavalry and Royal Horse Racing Club, quarter of those young generation, they went back again to their horses, and some of them now are professional jockeys.
And where does this take place? Where does this training take place?
Sorry?
Where does this training take place, of these 3 to 4?
The training takes place inside the Royal Cavalry, because they've got a bigger facilities. Now, when I give an example, these young jockeys we have now in Oman, Some of them, they've started as a pony rides, you know? So some of them, they got employed by Royal Cavalry. Some of them, they went to work with the private owners. Some of them, they became top trainers. My colleague over here from Oman, most of them, they're coming really from really young generation, basic with the horses. That's how they've been interested. Some of them are breeders, some of them are jockeys, trainers. That's how you want really you need to start right there. Bring the young generation. Bring the young generation, you will build up a future audience.
And they will be the future jockeys, they'll be the future administrators of our sport, and future trainers as well, I hope. There's a lady in the center with a question.
Yes, merci. En fait, je voudrais revenir sur l'idée de docteur.
Actually, I would like to go back to the doctor's idea, who talked a bit about the democratization of the horse racing. In my opinion, this is a brilliant idea. And I think it would work wonderfully. And I am saying this because I truly believe in this idea. I think it will help us continue and promote the Arabian horses. We are all here because of Arabian horse racing. The Arabian horse is participating in this sport, and the comparison with the soccer is restrictive, because in soccer only the players' performance is what matters, whereas here we're talking about the breeder's passion, we're talking about the performance of the horses, of the jockeys. So we can democratize this sport, we can make it last in time, and it will attract the audience. The way you will do this, well, you are all professionals, you're all specialists, you can ponder upon these rules, you can take into account everything that has been done so far, and you can take the example from other sports. In my opinion, there is another aspect that we should take into account. If we have a different approach, we will make this last. We will make this sport last, because unfortunately it is not as popular as we wanted so far, as it is limited to the elite. And do not forget that this morning you talked about tolerance, you talked about the year of tolerance, and we can only bring into discussion the idea of tolerance if we work together, if we ensure the future and the continuity of this sport. So we should aim at democratizing this noble sport that brings together the animals and the human beings. Thank you very much.
Looking to Thomas to find out if we have time for one more question, because Niels has the microphone. We've got a gentleman here with a question too. Niels.
I got the microphone, yes. It's very good that we should have international races and compete between the countries. But we need to know just that how to enter the horses, but where to enter them. The IFA Handicappers Committee has, in the last 6 or 7 years, made a rating, an international rating, and they're down to £1 to exactly raising the horses internationally. What we need as owners or trainers is a list, a user-friendly list, to see if my horse has got this rating in, for example, my country, Scandinavia, what has it got in France? Yeah. I mean, I can't enter a horse in blind. I can't go to France and buy a horse because 48 in French rating, what is that in mine? I can come home with a jade and come home with a world beater. And the same when I enter the horses. So we really need to get that handicappers' work publicized in a user-friendly way. Thank you.
Thank you, Niels. That is something that has been a common theme throughout these conferences, the standardization of the international handicaps, and that's perhaps something that we can touch on the workshop later in the week. Sir, you had a question, I think?
Hassan.
Did you have a question, sir? Excuse me, please, Tomo, could we have a microphone? Thank you. Gentleman here, thank you.
Excuse-moi, je vais être bref.
I will now answer to Mr. Viorel Dabija. In order to attract the audience, we can organize events that involve the audience, the pony races, for instance, because this is what we've done in France. As regards the democratization, in theory it sounds very good, but the horse is extremely expensive. In Europe, we have two problems. For instance, in France, we have 30 group races, so we have a couple of very good horses, but the breeder with an average horse will see his dream collapse before the race is over. So we need a common project at European level. We need the possibility to extend these races. For instance, the handicap related races. This will enable all the breeders to participate in a race.
Yes, and again, something that I'm sure we will revisit. I thank the panel. We've covered a lot of ground this afternoon. Quite how much we've moved forward on rules and regulation, Lara, I'm not entirely sure, but what I do know is we've provided a massive amount of food for thought for later in the week. We've touched on the future of Arabian racing, which I'm thoroughly looking forward to on Friday. There are subjects that I know you will cover in the workshop later on, and also with our social media and PR and marketing session tomorrow. We've got the proposal for an international racing festival of Arabian racing. We've got the proposal to discuss later in the week of an international league of Arabian horse racing, which sounds fascinating. And so would you please, for our audience as well, please, to thank our panel for our fascinating discussion this afternoon. The panel, thank you very much.
Brilliant, absolutely brilliant.
One word.
Oh, hang on.
We must, I must thank Clara Sawaya for the brainstorming we have done during 10 years.
Big round of applause.
A lot
Superb.
of ideas has been developed in that meetings, and we hope some of them will succeed in the future. Thank you.
Lovely thing to say. Lara, thank you. We've got one more session still to come. We're going to take a break for 15 minutes. Rejoin us here. We'll be live on stage 10 minutes. We'll join us in 10 minutes. Okay? Stay with us.
Nu are nimic. Dar nu știu unde. Ăla e bine. Dacă o să vină. Ok. Plăcere.
Could we all stay on for a photo? It's a photo. Could we please have all the dignitaries on stage for the photo? Hello. How are you, big fella? Good to see you. Are you on the panel? Go. So we got Thierry.
De leg, you know?
De leg, yes. De legless, I know. We say over here. Jean Durouet, Dennis Madson. Fella, I'm ready when you are. How long?
Less than 2 minutes.
Okay, 2 minutes. Okay. You okay? If you feel rough, just go. Okay?
Go away. Forward.
Well, he hasn't been feeling very well. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we come to our final session. This is the reining and training session. Emirates girls, please. Emirates, thank you. By the way, tonight we're meeting at the Radisson Blu Hotel at 8 o'clock for a cocktail party. And the Radisson Hotel is literally just there. You can actually walk through the Radisson Hotel to the Radisson Blu. Don't walk all the way around. Just walk straight through the Radisson Hotel. Keep walking past the 2 swimming pools, the jacuzzis. I'm staying there. Standing by. Thomas, standing by. You need a what? Microphone, please. Microphone. Put it on. Put it on, Richard. You put it round your ear. Hello. We are live. This is the last session today, guys, so make it good. Ready when you are, Houston. Welcome back, and we're live here in Bucharest. This is Tomo. We have the final session on this, the opening day of the World Arabian Horse Racing Conference. It's going to be fantastic because this is all about racing and training, so it should be fascinating. Now, the guy who's in charge of it is not just steward at the Emirates Racing Authority, he's also the managing director of New Approach Bloodstock, and I'm very pleased to say I'm going to hand over to Ajay Ane. Ajay.
Thank you very much for being here, especially this being the last session of the evening. To start, I would like to thank His Highness Sheikh Mansour for his visionary sponsorship of Sheikh Mansour Festival and also the World Arabian Horse Racing Forum. This afternoon, we've gathered here to talk about racing and training. To start, as Thomas said, I'll introduce myself, a bit selfish. My name is Ajay Ane, and I'm from India. I'm based in Dubai, and I'm the managing director of New Approach Bloodstock. So I buy and sell racehorses for a living, and I'm also a steward with Emirates Racing Authority. Today we've gathered here with extremely knowledgeable panel that I have on my left. I'll give a brief introduction to all of them. To start with, the first one here is Richard Mullen. He's a champion jockey from the UAE. He's ridden in the UAE for the last 20 years, or a bit more. He's ridden more than 30 Group 1 winners, and he's been the champion jockey and ridden more than 1,500 winners. He's an integral part of racing we have, and a lot of knowledge to share with him. On the left of him is Bill Smith, ex-National Hunt jockey, rode 10 years for the Queen Mother, worked for His Highness Sheikh Mohammed for more than 20 years. He's been involved in training and buying horses, Arabian horses for endurance and also for flat racing. After that, we have Viorel. Viorel is the president of Romanian Horse Racing Federation. He's the main person from our host country, and we'd like to know more about what happens here in a few moments. We've got Dennis Mattsson. He's the head of racing from Sweden. He's the director of racing from Sweden. Next to him is Jean Duval. Jean started training in 1983. I was 4 years old.
No.
And yeah, he's been training for the last 36 years. So I'm sure he can help us being more knowledgeable by the time we are finished with our session here. Next to him is the ex-champion trainer from the UAE, Musab Al-Meheri. He's got his license from the ERA in 1992. He's trained many Group 1 winners, Al Matmoon, who won the Kayala Classic, and many thoroughbred winners on the World Cup night as well. He is here with a tremendous amount of experience and years behind him. Next to him is Thierry Delou. He is the racing manager for Sheikh Mansour in France. A very important role to play, and I'm sure he can enhance our knowledge on what's going on in the world of racing. So to start the session this evening, we'll start. I've got different questions for all of us here so that we can cover as many topics as possible and make it more interesting. To start, on my left for Richard Mullen. Richie, tell us about, you've been in the UAE for 20 years, and what is the role of a jockey in terms of a team player for the whole team of training? You work with the trainer, you work with the owners, and at the same time you are the ambassador for racing. Can you please tell us how your life actually works around all these things?
Firstly, good afternoon, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'd firstly like to thank His Highness Sheikh Mansour bin Zayed Al Nahyan and Her Highness Sheikha Fatima bint Mubarak for the opportunity to be here in Romania and to continue being one of the ambassadors, jockey ambassadors for the festival. A special thank you to Lara Sawaya, whose vision it was to have two of us represent as jockey ambassadors, and I'm very thankful for that role. I think it's coming up nearly 5 years now. I think it was in Rome when we were announced, but it's been a fruitful partnership, and I've continued to see many regular faces and new ones coming into the auditorium, and we're all in the one place where we want to push racing forward. To go back to your question, Ajay, it's vital. I think it's a vital part. Not only, I think from the outset, most people would see jockeys as the guys that are wearing the flashy silks on race day and getting their picture taken in the winner's enclosure and obviously interviewed afterwards and taking all the plaudits. But there's a lot more goes behind the scenes in getting the horse to the racetrack, and it's an important role for a jockey to have a good relationship with the trainer. For instance, my role in the UAE would be, if I'm not riding out for my boss in Satish Seema in Dubai, I'm down in our lane with Jean, preparing His Highness's horses. So it's vital that you have this connection with the trainer, with the horses. You need to get to know the horses, through the season, what sort of characteristics they have, what sort of distance they want to run over, and that's all part of being part of a team. And obviously we sit down together, discuss race plans, and like I say, it's not all about the final day, which is obviously the cherry on the cake is the final, when everyone, the spectators come and think, oh, that was it. There's been a lot of preparation goes into getting horses there, and I think it's very important to have a good jockey-trainer relationship. I mean, for instance, you alluded to it earlier that I've been in Dubai, 20 years now in the UAE, and I'm lucky enough, my first boss and the woman that brought me to the UAE, Jackie Wickham, is here, and we still have a very, very good connection where I still ride for her all these years later. So, she was the one that kind of, brought me to the UAE and educated me in the culture of the UAE. And like I say, it still proves that we have a good relationship, and we're still, it's interesting now that I'm riding some of her horses now that I rode the mothers and the granddams, so it's I'm starting to see my age a little bit, but it's great, and because then I can relate to her of what sort of distance, she would say, you rode the mother and you rode the sisters, so it's, like I say, there's a lot of work goes in behind the scenes, and it's important for a jockey to play you're a big part, but a very small part, because there's a lot of work goes on behind the scenes, but it's important to have a very good relationship with, the whole stable, not just the trainer, the staff as well.
Absolutely, absolutely. And, also your relationships, end of the day, you're standing in the paddock, you're talking to a trainer who you see every day, and you know the horse in and out. And how important is for you to, or is it not, to have a relationship with the owners as well, and to make them feel better when the horse doesn't do well, and vice versa, when they do well, how do you plan for future, and how do you get them involved?
No, absolutely. Your relationship with the owner is more important, because they're the ones that pay the bills. They're the ones that have sometimes have bred them. For instance, Mr. Khaled Al Nabuda has raised these horses from going to the breeding to seeing them raised as yearlings to weanlings, and to the stage where they get to the races. So it's important to have a good relationship, because 9 times out of 10 it doesn't always work out. The end result is you don't win, and it's very important to be. I've always said it as when I've spoke to the younger jockeys that it doesn't matter how well you ride, how well you perform on the day. If you don't have a good connection and a good relationship with the owner, forget it. It doesn't matter. You can. If an owner walks away, you may have won the race. But if an owner walks away after you've ridden and after you've met them in the paddock and had spoken to them, if they feel that you have come across in a bad way, or your body language is wrong, and you just don't make a good impression, they're not going to use you, whether you won on the horse or not. The next time they're going to say, yeah, that was good, but I don't like this guy. I don't like his attitude. And I've always said it to the young kids. For me, 80 to 90% of being a good jockey is your PR skills, how you present yourself, how you turn up to the race, how you turn up to auditoriums like this, dress smartly, speak well. Because, for instance, you might get beat on one that they thought was the next, best thing in racing, and you might have got beat, and your first thoughts are, I'm not going to get that opportunity again. But if you've left a good impression on the connections, well, no, it's okay.
We'll try again.
We'll try again. I like this guy. He knows what he's talking about. We all make mistakes. That's how we learn. If you don't make mistakes, you never learn. I'm still making mistakes.
Absolutely.
Probably not learning as much, but I'm still making mistakes. So, that's how we move forward. And like I say, it is very important to have a very good relationship. And, it's how you, speak to them, because then you feel that you can go to the owner with some advice that you feel, okay, we did this wrong, maybe we can do this right next time, maybe we'll try something different. And like I say, they're the head of it. It's like a company, they're the CEO, and then you work down the trainer, the jockey. So it's very important that you all, you're on the same team. You're singing off the same hymn sheet.
Just a quick one on the last aspect of jockey and being an ambassador for the rest of the world, outside of the racing world. Like, how do you interact, or how do you think you can in future, or when you do interact with them, what kind of response you get, and how you are an ambassador for racing outside of our sport?
I remember when Lara asked myself and Xavier to become the ambassadors of the festival, and I must admit it was one of the proudest moments of my life, and my family were very proud, because you can do so much on the racing side of it, and a lot of it is the horses that get you through. So to be recognized as someone that can promote the UAE, that is a good role model for the UAE and for Arabian racing. So it's not just me, it's everyone in this auditorium that's here today. We all play a small part in promoting Arabian racing. We all do our small bit to raise this fantastic organization, obviously from the leadership of Lara, but we all play a small part, and it's about going to different countries, speaking to different people, and raising their awareness. And like I say, it's something I've been very proud and privileged to continue to do, and help raise knowledge of Arabian racing, but not only the Arabian racing, but the UAE. I mean, there wasn't much in Dubai when I first came there, and now,
absolutely,
and Abu Dhabi itself. The UAE as a country has elevated beyond my wildest dreams.
Perfect. Thanks very much, Richie. And we move on to Bill Smith. As I said before, he was an ex-National Hunt jockey and has been involved in training and buying, selling. You talk about it, he knows it all. So, how did it all evolve in the last 30 years that you've done?
First, I'd like to thank His Highness Sheikh Mansour for setting up this wonderful chance of the world to meet and talk about it. And of course, the ringmaster, Lara Sawaya, who managed to crack a whip and put everything together. It's a pretty daunting task. I really started I started being a professional national hunt jockey, which is quite far removed from Arabians. It had nothing to do with Arabians at all. I sat on one once and didn't like it. Carried on riding thoroughbreds, but when I retired, I went to work for Sheikh Mohammed in his racing empire. Nothing to do with horses, just to help him around the race courses where we travelled the world with him. But in the 90s, when the horse movement became much easier to get horses into the UAE, I started buying Arabians for him. Actually, Sheikh Arkham was the first person who asked me to his youngest brother to find some Arabians. Then Sheikh Mohammed came in, and that was January in 1992, I think. And I bought most I bought in a day was 300, a whole herd. And I probably had about 500 horses by midsummer. And we bought a lot of horses in America, France, Russia. Just he wanted to get into racing, and the Arabs were very much more into racing then, the Arab horses, because for the Arab horses that was a slower process in getting them into the UAE to run. And it's just been a wonderful ride since.
Absolutely.
The endurance came in again. Sheikh Mohammed rang me up on Christmas Day once. I thought it was very nice of him to ring me on Christmas Day. But he wasn't interested in Christmas. He said he had, what would win? Would it be a horse or a camel over 40 kilometres? And he said, think about it and call me back. So I called him back, and I said, I thought the horse would win, but I think the camel's better designed for the desert, and it would depend on the desert. So he said, well, let's have a race. This was December 25th, I think about January the 20th. We'll have a race. So we had a race over 40 kilometres. Horses, camels, 400 camels, about 45 horses, in a straight line across the desert.
Listening, who won?
Every sheikh in the UAE was there. It was the most massive.
Which year was this?
92. And the mother of all tents was there, and it was just the camels were all contained in the corral. And they fired a gun, which didn't help the horses much to set us off. And they went. And the horses were finished the first six.
First six were the
First
horses.
six were horses. The camel was the seventh, was the first camel. And the horse was a horse that he'd been in America. I bought him in Florida, and one of Sheikh Mohammed's daughters rode. Sheikh Mohammed was second on another ex-Arab racehorse they bought in America. They'd never done endurance. It was 20 to 40 kilometers, 25 miles in a straight line.
So where was your major source of racing? I mean, where did you buy most of your horses from?
From America in those days. The Americans are very good sellers. The French and Americans, everything's for sale. They don't mind selling, but one or two owners, it is difficult to get a horse off them because they get rather attached to them.
And where do you think is the major source of purchasing now?
French-bred Arabians are by far the best racehorses. There's no question of that. At the time, right at the time, I thought the American horses were very good, but they were just very sharp and quick. But the actual, the quality is in French-bred horses, and that's why the French stallions now standing in America, pretty much everywhere. That was really the start of with the start of racing in the UAE.
Brilliant.
And then went on. Similar sort of thing happened with endurance. Sheikh Mohammed got very interested in endurance, and we ended up buying many horses for endurance. They won the World Cup and the European. I'm not quite sure how the UAE gets into the European Championships, but we won it twice anyway. So it was Open European. And along with his sons, he rode in them himself.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Bill. We move on to Viorel Dabija. He is the president of Romanian Horse Racing Federation. He's from our host country. And Viorel, can you tell us the journey of horse racing here in Romania and what it was and what it is now, and what do you think is happening?
Good afternoon. Thank you for the invitation. Romania has it's okay now? Okay. Romania has a history of horse racing for about 150 years. But during the communist regime, the gallop races were stopped because it was considered a sport for the rich people. So the last gallop races took place in 1960 on Băneasa Hippodrome from Bucharest in the spring of 1960. In the same year, under communist regime, the Băneasa Hippodrome was demolished. The Băneasa Hippodrome was owned by Romanian Jockey Club, and it was built according to the plans of the architect Ion Berindei, who studied the hippodromes from France, French hippodromes, especially Longchamp. The inauguration of Băneasa Hippodrome took place in 1906 in the presence of Family Royal of Romania. After almost 60 years, in 2018, last year, Romanian Horse Racing Federation organized the first international competition, the famous race Wat Pastelens Cup, sponsored by His Highness Sheikh Mansour bin Zayed. So after 60 years, imagine that the first international competition in Romania was last year, 2018. Now, in 2019, we organized also two famous races sponsored by His Highness Sheikh Mansour on Hippodrome Ploiești, the new hippodrome, with an investment of about 17 million euros. The races will be on 6th July, on Saturday, so you are most welcome on Hippodrome. Now, the Romanian Horse Racing Federation is making efforts to develop the horse racing and to keep this beautiful history of horse racing. Thank you for your attention.
Fiorel, just tell us how many horses are there in your stud book at the minute, like in terms of thoroughbreds or Arabians, or they are mixed breeds, or where are you sourcing your horses, or have you started new breeding establishments to support racing in future?
We have the National Stud Farm in Mangalia, is a city in Constanța County, near the Black Sea. And there are livestock of about 350 horses. So most of our horses are coming from the National Stud Farm. And also we have in the private owners another few hundreds, let's say 300.
Are you sourcing horses from other European countries or
exactly
America?
France, especially from France. We are buying from France a lot, especially. Yeah. But we start also to keep the bloodlines of Arabian horse from the National Stud Farm.
Perfect. Thanks very much. We move on to Dennis Madsen. He's the head of racing in Sweden. Dennis, can you tell us about Swedish racing, like in terms of number of horses, how many days of racing do you have? And also another thing that I wanted to ask you was the whip rule, which allows only 3 times compared to the rest of the world. Obviously, your neighboring country, Norway, doesn't allow it all.
Yes, first of all, thank you to the festival and Lars Awaya for putting this conference up. Swedish racing, we have about 70-75 race days a year, spread over 3 permanent tracks and 2 tracks that are running 1 meeting every year. Most is thoroughbred racing, but we have about 28 Arabian races during a season. I would say just enough to put together a proper program, but we would need a little bit more Arabian horses to set up a perfect program for them. So we are struggling in that sphere.
And tell us something about the whip rule. Like it's quite a hot discussion around the world in terms of where we're heading, and the whip rule in Sweden is 3 times. In England, I think, if I'm not wrong, is 7. In the UAE, we allow 12. In Hong Kong, there's no limit. So please tell us how do you come up with the number 3, or what do you think?
Absolutely. When I grew up, there was no limit. But about 10-15 years ago, the limit was cut down to 5 strokes and 3 strokes on 2-year-olds. Then lately it has been decreased to no whip carrying on 2-year-olds and only 3 stroke with a whip on 3-year-old and older horses. And a slap on the neck counts as 1 stroke. So that it's really hard rules.
Do you think this is because of the outside media, or the way people are looking at racing, or is the welfare of racing, or?
Yeah, not at the moment. I don't think it was like we have the situation now where the world's perception is completely different. The changes were from other pressures, I would say. What we did before last season, where we figured out that jockeys obeyed the rules 99% of the races, but when the big money was there up for grabs, we saw that in the Derby and the big Arabian races that they overused the whip. We put forward a harder rule and took away 50% of their prize money earnings in those races. It could seem quite hard on the jockey, but it is kind of cheating if you are like in a head battle and you use the whip 2 or 3 times more and it works out in your favor. And that actually stopped overuse of the whip in the bigger races. So we were prepared to take all their money away, but 50% seems reasonable, and they have, what can I say, they have obeyed the rules after that, and are using the whip in a proper manner nowadays. But then again, I think in the future we'll see that the whip will be taken away from the jockeys in a very few years from now, I'm sure. What I'm concerned about is we see a country like Norway who has no whip at all. They have a very tight track. The bends are dosed in a wrong way, which gives the jockeys immense problems during a race. So for safety reasons, it could be interesting to hear Richard Mullen's view on carrying no whip, because
I guess it's a discussion, it can go on for all day, but
course,
I'm
yes.
sure we'll touch base with Richie on that as well.
Probably don't want my opinion on that.
Likewise from the trainers and the owners, because, you know, it is a critical part of equipment for a jockey, yeah, they will have his views, and the owners who's paying the bills in a fighting finish will have his own views, and the trainers who's training as well will have their own views. But no, it was very interesting to hear about.
But just one remark. I know we would like the whip, maybe the jockeys, the punters, and so on. But everybody else don't like the whip, and that's the problem. Because in the end, we would have the sport only for ourselves. That's the problem.
So everybody else is the person
That's
involved in racing or outside of racing.
And people having an interest in the sport.
Absolutely.
Without being a stakeholder.
Thank you very much, Dennis. Thank you. We now move on to Jean Duval. Jean, I've got a very simple question for you. Is training horses, what is the most difficult aspect of training race horses? I mean, you have been involved with thoroughbred racing, you've traveled the world, and now you're based in Dubai, I mean, in Al-Ain, and you are mainly training Arabian horses. Please enhance us, like, you know.
Well, Andre, first of all, I think I feel very spoiled now, you know, because having the opportunity to train for His Highness Sheikh Mansour, reason why I'm here today.
Absolutely.
And I want to thank Lara also for inviting me. Thank you, darling. Training horses, you just have, to my opinion, adapt yourself to thoroughbreds. I was coming from thoroughbreds. I discovered pure Arabian in Morocco, and I fell in love with them. I thought it's very exciting to train a good horse, a pure Arabian horse, because the mental they have is a bit different for thoroughbreds. So you have to adapt. But this is only technique, and when you have been in the business training for many years, you make mistakes. You learn from your mistakes, as always. So the most difficult thing, to answer your question, I would say training in UAE, with all the facilities I got, which I couldn't get in Chantilly, for example, can be really easy, because you got everything you want when you want, especially when you train for that kind of man, you know. But the problem for me is still to adapt myself to a 5.5 months season. This is very difficult because you cannot miss the season. I mean, if you're starting on your horses in August again, slowly, to the season starting on the 28th of October, and up now, thanks God, 12th of April, we have exactly 189 pure Arabian races. If you take 27 private owners races, you got 160, I'll let you count, races we can run, 169. And you cannot miss it. If you got a problem in October with one of your horse, the season is almost over, because that's it. I mean, the weather, the climate is what it is. We cannot run in the summer, of course. But all my life, all my career, I was used to say, okay, this filly, we give her a chance. She might be better in the spring or maybe in the summer. She likes soft, she like this, she like that. You can give, how should I say, maybe more chance to horses. Then you don't have choice. You have to be ready for 5 months meeting, and you cannot, if you have a problem, it's very difficult to handle it, you know. If you want to work properly, which I try to do, it's very difficult to handle it.
So these
For me,
problems,
that's the main problem. Yeah.
These problems you're talking about is soundness issues and like soundness physically and mentally and time constraint that you face with a short season.
On one hand, Andrzej, the program doesn't give you, the classic program is remarkable in UAE, to my opinion, you know. I wish we had more on grass, but there's only one track. But if you miss some races at the beginning, then it's very difficult to get back in the game, you know, with some horses, you know, on some level. To my opinion, it's just regarding me, I don't want to open a big deal. I think Thierry, I've been working with Thierry many years before in France Gallop, and he was a specialist on the French program. I'm escaping a bit from your question, Andrzej. I think it's part of it. Because Thierry was a master of making the program on the French program, which means that in France, actually, you got more than 10,000 races for thoroughbreds, for 87 races for Arabian. So talking about thoroughbreds, Thierry was always trying to adapt the population of horses in training on one side to the program, to make the horses to run at least 8 or 9 times a year, you know, because we run all year round. To my opinion, that's the second difficulty in the UAE, but I have to adapt. I mean, people, they were winning before me and they will win after me. So they didn't wait for me. But I think that's the most difficult thing. To adapt, because if you miss one race, then you can be in trouble to find only one race for your horse or two races for your horse. That's, for me, the major problem I have to face, actually.
So when you get your horses from France, do they generally get along well with the weather and the conditions and racing on the dirt? And do you have soundness issues, like, you know,
well,
they have changed training?
Some of them, they adapt. This will change in a couple of years, thanks God. But it's true that we received the horses from France. They already ran there. So you also have to adapt that, you know, with some of them can have some injuries or something like that. So this is my special case. I don't talk for everyone. But as you're asking me, you have to face all those problems. The reason why I say, of course, as you know, the off-season, when you go slow work, just give them some mental, building them up, just recovering from the season. When we start going faster, that's where problems arrive, you know. It's not when you go slowly. When you go slowly, everything is fine. So we have to face that. That's the way it is. So we have to. There's no choice. You have to face it. For me, that's the major problem I see.
So do you like horses coming to you when they are a little bit older, like a 3 or 4 year old, or would you want horses to be 2-year-olds or yearlings coming to you in a lane?
I like fresh meat, Andrzej. I would like.
Perfect. We'll leave you on that. We'll let you cook the meat.
If you take the UAE program, starts in November, you got the first 3 old races. Again, I'm going to have many enemies maybe in this room, I don't know. But I do believe, since I discovered pure Arabian, that if they they're over-raced at 3, and they can be champion. I mean, you see the difference in the last session I heard. How much speed they got, those horses, in 20 years. It's just amazing. Some of them looked like thoroughbreds, and they got this turn of foot. Richie and myself, we work together. It's a really teamwork. Xavier also helped me a lot. You can see the difference. But building a horse, you have all the 3 old here in the UAE. We can build a horse slowly. They can have 1 or 2 races at 3. And if at 4 Arabian, if you don't match them against all the horses, only running against 4, at 5, the real champion. You can make a 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 years old. You can become a real champion. To my opinion, it's a question of management of a stable. It's a question of a turnover in the stable. I mean, when you see the success of Mr. Nabuda, I'm impressed. And by the way, I want you to tell me your secret. How do you raise a horse in UAE? You will tell me later. But it's fabulous what he's doing. It took him years, but the success is there. He got a good trainer, good breeder. He's doing a good job, and he wins. He wins. Us, it's a special case. It's going to improve in a couple of years, and I'm very happy about that. But it's different when horses had maybe too many races, I should say, to be very diplomat, at 3. Thierry might not like what I say, but that's the way I feel. That's my situation, personal situation.
Absolutely.
But of course, a good horse stays a good horse. But Arabian, they work with the mental, you know. If sometimes they can have a hard race in Meydan or somewhere, and this might be the race they will take 1 year to recover. You know, you never know about that. Yes.
Thank you very much, Jean. We move on to Musab Al-Maheri, champion trainer from the UAE. He's won the Kerala Classic, he's won the Maktoum Challenge, he's won quite a lot of big races. Musab, you've been licensed with the ERA since 1992 when it was Nadal Chiba, and now it is Meydan, one of the most prestigious places. And likewise, racing in the UAE overall has developed quite a lot. What I would like you to talk about is facilities and tools of racing. What facilities did you have then, and what you have now, and how you think it's better than before, and how you've changed your training, or have you not changed? So please tell us about that.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. أولا حبيت أشكر سمو الشيخ منصور بن زايد آل نهيان على أن أتاح لنا الفرصة.
I want to thank Mansour bin Zayed Al Nahyan for the chance to be here and meet new people, and every year more and more they are coming to the meeting. And I started with in '92 as official trainer with official authorization, but before in '75 I was with the horses, and I was a jockey, and but I love competition, and we were competing between ourselves without rules, without anything, until we arrived to something really serious. And we started with private efforts in the beginning, and we were training the horses in the desert, and we were participating, and we just developed ourselves, and we started competing now in the main races, and then we moved to developing. I was training in Ajman, as I said. In this region we don't have a racing course, and just in the desert we were racing. When I moved to Dubai, everything changed to me, and I got a swimming pool. I found also a great track, and I had many things that helped me improving myself. And each trainer got his own way and make mistakes, then learn from his mistakes. And we just started working without studying. We just we have learned through our daily life with the horses, and sometimes we got better than other trainers, as for instance curing the horses with natural herbs and giving special food. Maybe some other trainers, they don't know this kind of food which is specific to us, and we give dates, we give milk, we give honey, and this helps the horses to be more active, and be stronger, and to train also in different courses, and that's why we got something special results. And our results, if you don't have a good horse and you don't have a strong owner, you cannot have good results. You have to got a nice, good pedigree, and if you train a normal horse with the same efforts, it cannot give you good results.
We move on to Thierry. As as Jean said before, you're an expert in European racing program, and that's what I would like you to talk about and give us information on how does, European racing program works around Arabian horses, and you being the racing manager, I guess you are talking to your trainers and your owner, informing the owner about where all these horses are heading and which way do you see their future. So please tell us where are you based and how you manage all these horses and how do you plan their future?
Merci beaucoup. Oui, effectivement, j'ai eu...
Thank you very much. Yes, indeed. I've been lucky enough to be the general director of France Galop and to be interested in the pure bred, English and Arabs. Today I'm on the other side. I'm the manager of Sheikh Mansour for the horses trained in France, which enables me to have a global vision. Unfortunately, Lara is no longer in the room, but I would like to thank her for having organized this meeting. And also many thanks for promoting the Arab horses races. And let me dwell upon this topic. In each country, we have a program, a local program. Dedicated to the regular horses, and we also have a selection program, which is essential nowadays. We have more and more exchanges between the trainers from various countries. And let me give you an example. The Sheikh's horses, for the Sheikh's horses last year, selection has been made from 9 countries. Morocco included, so countries of the Mediterranean basin. This selection needs to be coordinated in order to make sure that the best horses enter the program, and we should avoid a non-loyal competition between the countries. There's a body that solves the issues related to the schedule. And now the trainers, we are all looking for programs, but we can't find them in a single place. Each country has its own programs, and sometimes we do not participate in the races because there isn't a body that will collect all the data and make it available for the owners and the trainers. So we need a better communication, and we need to reflect upon solving this issue, because in the same weekend we organize races with the same type of horses, and we do not know in which we're going to participate. So we need to better distribute these races. Also, it is extremely useful to ensure the existence of such a body, so that we can promote the Arabian horse races all over the world.
I would like questions from the audience for any panel member you're interested. No questions. Oh, we have one question. Okay, I was going to have a question of myself. Please.
Good afternoon. It's a question, I suppose, for Jean a little bit.
Moi, c'est pour M'Sabah, il a parlé tout à l'heure du pédigré.
Please carry on.
No. If another member of the panel hasn't spoken, you should ask them a question.
No, I was looking at the lady out there, and there was a mistake. Please. So you have a question for Jean?
Well, just obviously your previous experience was working in France, where jockeys are trained to wait and wait and wait again and wait to the Mermerie Chanty, or the final straight à Longchamp. How have you had to adapt your instructions to jockeys and the way they ride, now working more with purebred Arabians and on different tracks in the UAE?
Well, it was easy for me because I tell you, Xavier Ziani, who was here, and Richie is riding for me. Got a contract for His Highness. I also got Adri de Vries, who's a marvelous jockey. So those guys, they have been riding all over the world, so they know. For me, I like your question because I think if you did the job properly, why should I give orders to that kind of top jockeys? I mean, I'll just tell you a very short story. The first time, my first winner in Longchamp was, he was ridden by Lester Piggott. That was a long time ago. And I promised to myself to not give orders to that guy because he was living legend, and I was absolutely nothing. And in fact, I started talking to him an hour and a half before the race about my filly. And I say, well, wait with her because she got a turn of foot, she has to come from behind. And he was not listening to me at all. He broke off the gate, took the lead and won. You know, so, and he didn't talk to me after the race, he went to the jocks room. So that was the perfect example for me that took, when you work with those guys, I mean, they're so used to horses, what they feel, even when they canter you put them on the saddle, they canter the starting gate, they already know what they're going to do. So I don't like to give orders. How come you can imagine how the race is going to be? It's impossible. So you told the guy, do this, do that, and it's going to be the opposite. So I like a jockey to say to me, to be very honest, if he made a big mistake or if the horse has a problem, something, he tells me. In this case, 1 second after, the game is over. I forgot, and we keep going. We keep going. We don't see behind, you know. So working with those top jockeys, it's easy. I've done the same in France, and I was lucky. I could use those guys, you know, because they know what they do. You done your job, then they do their job. Let them do. Let them do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The lady has a question for...
Msbah, il a parlé tout à l'heure du pédigré.
Well, the pedigree is of utmost importance. We should not forget this. However, we need to understand that when we need not to forget this when we're using a mare. And I would like to talk about the whip. There are horses who do not need to be whipped. Maybe in time things will change. Just like you said, there are jockeys that hit the horses so hard. I've seen one of my horses, a winner. He did win, but he was bleeding. It pains my soul to see this.
Buddha with a question.
Yes, I have two questions. The first one for the trainer and one for the jockey. For the trainer, what is the advice that you can give the breeders when they should send their horse? As you know, the season in UAE is very short, and to send 3 years old in August to try to catch up to run beginning of the season, I think it's too short. You don't think it's very ideal to start maybe before the World Cup in March? The horse goes to the trainer for 2 months to be, let us say, they call it pre-training, or train it a little bit, and after that give it a little bit rest and start again, or what is your advice? The second question for the jockey, Richard, as you said, sometimes the jockey doesn't listen to the owner at all. And always I was with my trainer when he give order to the jockey what he supposed to do, because he knows the horses more than anybody. And the jockey doesn't listen at all. Do you think there is a reason why he doesn't listen? Okay, sometimes the race by itself, maybe it keeps that horse inside, he can't go on the front, but this is not always, but it's true what you said, sometimes the jockey doesn't listen at all. Thank you.
We start with Jean. Can you
Okay, just one question. You're talking about horses coming from Europe or UAE?
No, from UAE.
UAE, okay. So I do believe that it's a good opportunity to bring them before the, yeah, of course, even in January, start slowly on them. If they have pre-training in a good place, slow work, we can start slowly on them because they're going to adapt themselves to a new training, a new way of training, new feeding program and everything, while the weather is not too hot. Because it's not in June, July, and August that you're going to work them hard. It's impossible. You're going to destroy them. So they must build up to a new way of training until September, when slowly, steady, you start on them, working on them, and which is more easy with Arabian horses because they tell you easily when you have to, there's a red light, they tell you, oh, slow down on me, I don't handle the work anymore, you know. So to answer your question, the ideal is to send them in February. For me, that would be the ideal, totally.
Richie,
but I do believe, just something to add. I do believe that I had a Norwegian owner a long time ago, and he was working, let's understand, his yearlings, weanlings, and yearlings. And there was an old lady in France, Madame Couturier. Nobody knows her, but she's at the base of a Longchamp racetrack. She was breaking the yearlings, thoroughbreds, in March, and working them, not hard. And when the horses were sent to the trainer at that time, they used to send the colts in September, thoroughbreds, yearlings, and the fillies in November. They knew their job properly. They knew exactly what to do. They knew how to canter. They knew properly. And the trainer was able to spend the whole winter in France, because it's cold, to slow down on those horses. And in March, when you started training them, they were like machines. I mean, they knew their job by heart. And I think it's the same for Arabian, but 1 year later, you know. That's my feeling.
Thank you, John. On to Richie.
I know how you feel because Tygo O'Shea doesn't listen to us on the racetrack either. So, no, all jokes aside, it's your operation now, sir, is one of the very best in the UAE, if not worldwide. You've got a very good trainer, exceptionally good jockey, and it works. I think the problem you have is whereas jockeys possibly don't listen, a lot of things happen in races. For instance, you know, you could say, I want you to go to the front. Horse gets upset, misses the start. It's then the sign of a good jockey that will have to adapt to that. Do they go with your plan and rush the horse up, costing it its race, or do you go to plan B? The other thing I would say is, I think Jean is a perfect example. Obviously, we don't have the numbers, but we have jockeys, myself, Xavier, and Adri de Vries that we use together. So if we have 3 horses in the same race, we're all on the same page. For instance, it kind of brings in the whip rule as well. Young horses, if I ride a horse first time out, you won't ever see me hit it. I don't agree with it because I think they need to, you know, it's their first day of school, so they need to you know, be encouraged by it. They want to have to go back the next day. Whereas when you have so many runners and you only have one stable jockey, and maybe, for instance, sometimes you'll have 3 or 4 in the race, you have to find jockeys from other stables. So they're going to come and ride for you, but at the same time, they're not riding for you. They're riding for themselves. So, for instance, you might say, this horse is quite nervous. I want you to be nice, kind to the horse. But they're thinking, next time out, I'm not going to look after this horse because I'm not going to ride it again. Tygo O'Shea is your jockey. He's going to get on it. So they're thinking of only themselves. So especially in your position now with the numbers that you have, sir, I think it's probably, it's vital to use a regular stream of jockeys, maybe employ a second jockey and a third jockey that you use, you know, regularly that will, you know, listen to you, do what they're told. Because, you know, I go back to, I'm going off track and I'm going to the thoroughbred situation. Aidan O'Brien at Coolmore. He would have 5 or 6 jockeys, but they all abide by whether they've got 4 in a race. They're all playing for the same team. So they're in their mindset when they're going out on that horse, it's to look after the horse for the horse's future. The same with Jean when His Highness has maybe 3 in the race. Xavier, Adri, we all have the vision that this horse has a goal. You know, there's a race that's planned out for that. Today isn't the Derby. And yourself, I mean, I've ridden for you, and hopefully I've done as I'm told. Mainly not all the time, but yeah, I think it's important to employ a team of jockeys that will, like I say, things do go wrong in races, and it doesn't always work out. You know, sometimes your aim is to come out, but you get blocked in. Abu Dhabi is a prime example. If you're drawn low, it's very hard to angle your way out. You can't barge people out the way because you're putting other jockeys at risk. So sometimes you have to wait for the gaps. They don't happen, and then you come home late and you get beat. Most jockeys will, you know, hold their hands up. That was my fault. But circumstances do change. Horses aren't machines. You know, they're animals, and you know, although we're on top, very rarely are we in control of them. But like I say, I think for yourself now with the operation that you've built up, and I congratulate you on that. You have been the flag bearer of the racing season, and I think you're the hope to every other young breeder. I mean, you've been doing it for a long time, but the fruition now has come to the core with you, that, you know, your horses that you've bred, and to see you, you know, if you ask any of the jockeys, no one would have begrudged you winning the Cahaler or being champion owner because of what you put into the sport. So I applaud you for that, and I think you give hope for the local breeders now going forward, that as, you know, a sport that's always been dominated by the sheikhs and the hierarchy, you know, there's hope for the younger generation coming through.
Thank you very much, Richie, and thank you, Mr. Nabuda. We have probably the youngest one in the room, and please introduce yourself and tell us what question you have for the panel.
Good evening, I'm Alwarith Ibrahim, race owner in the UAE. A question for Richard. As you're a really successful jockey in both Arabian and thoroughbreds, we don't see most jockeys adapting to both breeds, especially in the UAE with us, when we have both breeds in their best game. So is it a nature of a jockey, is it their adaptivity, or just like they can't, most of them can't go on both sides and some of them just can't go, or can they just improve it?
I think it's with the Arabian. The Arabian horse is a very, very intellectual horse, very intellectual animal, more intellectual than the thoroughbred. They have their quirks, and you have to adapt to them. They can't be bullied. And, you know, for most people and in most racing jurisdictions, you see it's predominantly thoroughbred horses. So most jockeys come into the UAE. I mean, I don't want to big myself up, but prime example is myself and Tygo Shea, Xavier. We've been there for, you know, we've been in the UAE for a long time. So Arabians have been a big part of our racing. So I think we've had time to adapt to them. And, you know, we've made the mistakes and we've learned from it. But I think you have to get used to riding them. And like I say, they're a very intellectual animal, and they can't be bullied. And I think in France is the prime example, because France has such a good Arabian program. The French jockeys are very used to, and in general, they're very patient jockeys anyway. So they automatically do get on with the Arabian better than probably the English jockeys, because, you know, there isn't really, the Arabian organization in England is predominantly, you know, amateur sport. So some of the guys that then come to the UAE don't adapt because they're not used to them. So they would ride them aggressively like a thoroughbred, and you can't do it, you know. And like John said earlier, it's very hard to give jockeys orders for Arabians, because you have to play it by when the gates open, you have to get them to enjoy it, get them to, you know. And it's just like I say, it's a learning curve that I've learned over many years, that they're an interesting animal, and they are, like I say, they're very intellectual, more intellectual than a thoroughbred. So you have to kind of, you know, learn to adapt to them. And that's probably why you see some of the European jockeys, the American jockeys, because it's not as big an organization, that they probably don't automatically get used to them. But, you know, it just takes a bit of time to learn to understand them.
Thank you very much, Richie. So that ends our session, and I would like to thank the panel and the audience and Lara for organizing this. Thank you very much.
And you, Ajay, as well. Superb. That was brilliant. It was a lovely way to end our first day. I hope you enjoyed it as much as we did out in the the seats. Great, we're going to have the photo now, and just a reminder, delegates tonight, we have a special party at the Radisson Hotel at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 at 8 o'clock. Or for you in France, 8 heures après demi. Yes, exactly. So it's 8 o'clock, and then tomorrow morning we start at 10 o'clock. So it's the second day. Plenty still to come. Stay with us. Right, it's a photo. Everybody up for a photo? Delegates, thank you very much for today. No need to rush away. Have some coffee, water, whatever. And we'll see you at the Radisson Hotel, which is 200 yards that way. Just walk through the hotel, walk past the swimming pool, and you will see everybody. That was really good. Where's Mohaf, the official photographer? Mohaf, could we have Mohaf, please? Oh, he's here. The old man has arrived.
The old man is here.
No, the oldest man. Lovely. Thank you all very much today. 8 o'clock, Radisson. Go, go, go.